Oh, fuck. My foot already crashed. Damn. That's crazy. Dos. Tres. Winners mi slate. 1, 2, 3, 4. ¿Por qué estás spameando mi chat? Por el ahora mismo no hay nadie, ¿eh? Pero cuando hay gente. Hey, Sustain, thanks for the good luck. Pues, ¿qué pasa en mi slate? Ah. Thanks for the good luck. Tres veces, joder. Es que de hecho no lo uso. Pero he comprado una nueva tarjeta de captura. Me encanta. Me encanta muchísimo. Otro año. Quizá no. No tengo dinero. No tendré dinero también. Really? Already? Yo soy el único. Best viewers on my stream through Ah. Pues que en el nuevo mando, ese skip es tan fácil, pero otros son extremadamente difíciles. Pues que... ¿Dónde? ¿Qué? ¿Dónde estoy? Oh, sí, 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 sí. Ya veo. Por... no sé cómo se dice exactamente, pero... Es que... ¿cómo realizar los ángulos en el mando? Por eso, ¿qué? Where am I from? I'm from the US. I do speak 3 languages though. When is 4 languages? I started formally learning French this semester. Am I playing on Emulator? I am not. This is OG Xbox upscaled on RetroTink 4K. And also my capture card's pretty cool. Pero sí, esos son los problemas con mandos nuevos. Pero te recomiendo si puedes comprar, obviamente. Pero obviamente estás en el tercer mundo, quizá cuesta demasiado, pero pero bueno, no importa. Pero se llama el Game Seer. Es bastante bien, pero es que a veces no se sirve. You're from Turkey? I think you're the very first person that I have seen in my chat from Turkey. Although it doesn't say on YouTube, in Twitch I do have tags that say that you're allowed to use not bad. It does say tags that you are allowed to use English, Spanish, or Japanese, which are the 3 languages that I currently speak. Damn it. Sí, estoy aprendiendo francés también. I am also learning French formally as of this semester. I've been learning French on and off for years now, but it's like never gotten to anything concrete yet. It's an EVGA. What's that? XR Pro. Very good. on sale as well. Damn it. This is why spinning body slams suck too. Vale, suerte, mi slate. Here we go. Coming back to doing any percent again. I was happy with it, but there's I wanted to get back to it. 1 frame of lag? No. Why would you play with that? 1 frame of lag is awful. So it's underframed. If it's... No, you shouldn't have variable. That's awful. Why would you want that for speedrunning? Oh, almost got it. At that point, it would be better just to go and just to have gone ahead and purchased the 4K, because the 4K doesn't have that. Even on triple buffer. Damn it. That does not... I mean, with this, I have at max 2.7, and sometimes 3, depending. But that's only for European. On NTSC, I tend to get 1.6. And then with my new monitor, I also get 0.5, so...
Victor and Moritz's
Buenas.
stronghold of evil. This is
¿Cómo
where
estás?
we wrong the rights and sweep the path.
What does it say currently? Probably 2.7. I'm on PAL, so it makes sense. 2.6. I don't understand why you're counting like lines of lag. I don't think that's how that works. Is the second purple wall only passable on Xbox? No, it's passable on every console. The reason why I get it so often is because I tilt Crash's head upwards, which is actually what generally causes you to not get on the wall. It's Crash's nose or his head. So if you tilt the camera up like this, his head is not going to interfere. It works the same on all versions. It's just when I played this game for the first time, I don't know, a long time ago. Probably around when it first came out. So probably 2004, 2005. Yeah, the only reason why you don't see anybody do it is because I'm the only person that has really picked up manipulating the camera to do things like, get off my face, you stupid fly. I'm the only person that's really picked up using the right stick to manipulate hitboxes. So, like, the camera tilted body slams, oh yeah, because Crash's head has a hitbox. It does have a hitbox. That's they didn't make Crash's hitbox a square, they made it like a low poly version of his actual graphical model. So a lot of the time, the reason why these things actually happen is certain things, like, say something that should work, like body slams, there's a body part or some kind of speed value that is preventing the game from letting Crash get up there. And sometimes it's Crash's body. So you can prevent it by tilting Crash's head upwards. Or at least that's how I understand it. This is another reason why, this is also a reason why you can clip into force fields from, or using gems, or clipping into gem force fields. Big head, no brain, true. Like that one episode of Jimmy Neutron. This is actually a run, by the way. Go away, fly. If I get this next trick, I'm actually going to be on a run. I got the backup. No, the camera! Dude, I got cock blocked by the fucking camera.
Victor in Moritz's stronghold of evil. This is where we wrong the rights and sweep the past under the rug.
Is a specific thing I do? It makes the strat work. Because if you just throw him, you don't have enough time to get up the... I mean, you can... There is a way to do it where you have enough time. But it's really hard. Throwing him where I do delays his fall, and it makes it much easier to actually make it to where you need to be in order to be able to twin jump off of his head. Oh. Yeah, if you throw him in the void, the biggest issue is that even though you have enough time to get Cortex up there, you cannot time the twin jump because he will take Crash's position from when he teleports, and it takes time for him to actually directly teleport to Crash. So what happens is that he tracks where Crash is, and then you have to know exactly when he teleported and know exactly when to jump to be able to get off of his head. Now, if you're using it strictly to get him up there so you can do another twin jump, that's fine. Unless you want to do the body slam strat, which I would never recommend that body slam strat. It's inconsistent. It cannot be made consistent. It's impossible. It's also RNG because it depends on Cortex's animations. Which is why you hear like, oh, well, I made it up there without a body slam. You can't do that consistently. It's not physically possible. Because it's dependent upon his animation frames and what animation he's doing. And he does those at random. it is way less consistent. Like, that body slam can be between 5% and 50%. The twin jump that I do is between 90 and 95. And almost every single failure outside of, you know, a few weird things are my fault. Whereas with the body slam, you're dealing with collision, and you're dealing with Cortex's collision. You're dealing with the fact that Cortex is not always at the proper height, because, like, you are never going to basically get him to spawn in the exact same place at the exact same time due to the way the game functions. It is so random and very, very difficult to actually control the factors that most of the time, I would say probably with 75% of the time, if you fail it, it's not your fault. You have no control over it. Which is why I tell people, don't do the body slam strat, because in a category that is already really hard, if you're doing the body slam strat, you are limiting the amount of times you're going to get to antagony. Because it's between 5 and 50%. Once you figure it out, figure out timing on any twin. Most of the time, yes, but not all the time. Because there's another thing. Cortex takes his time, depending on how far away he is from Crash, to teleport to Crash. So, your timing will depend on how far away Cortex is. If he's thrown about the same time, if he's thrown, if he's thrown about the same distance, it will be about the same time every time. And you can use sound cues, you can use muscle memory, you can use a lot of different things. But if Cortex is out of sight, or if he's really far away, the earlier or the later you have to jump, but you also have to pre-time a jump as well. Depending on your jump cycles and all that other stuff. So, like, I have a twin jump setup, and the twin jump setup is very, very good, very consistent, because Cortex is very close to you, and you have a lot of leeway in order to do it. And then, the way that I do it in runs, is basically like, and it's not entirely consistent in the way of like how long it takes for Cortex to land. It's not, that part is not consistent because, like, sometimes the collision doesn't want to drop Cortex as slowly, so you have to adjust to that. But that's also one of the reasons why it's so difficult. You don't have much time, and sometimes you have to speed up and sometimes you have to slow down. But you can also just get Cortex up there and then do a twin jump, a directed twin jump. You take at least 3 attempts. That does not change what I'm saying. The body slam, like I said, is never going to be 100% consistent, and you will reset to it. Because there are so many factors out of your control. If it works for you, it works for you. But I am also going to say that you are willingly making it more difficult for yourself to get to the end, which is what... No, it's not. And it's not consistent. It is not consistent. Oh, it doesn't work for you? Is that what you're saying? Or... Oh, I see what you mean now. There is a strat. I have a video of showing. Get away, fly. Get away, fly. The fucking fly messed it up. The twin jump, while yes, you are losing, I think, in the realm of 5 seconds or something, depending on how long it takes you. I'm gonna kill this fly. Twin jump. I'll let the fly talk in the mic. Hell no. Let me double check and go to the one tutorial that I made, because I believe I didn't newer warp skip in depth. Let me see. Hello, Larissa. Here's a good example. I'm not sure if that came up on YouTube. I hope it did. It might not have, but that should show. That should show a good video. Oh, if you die and respawn, the game will crash. There's two factors. One is the cursed warp state, and one is the fact that you have crash plus cortex. Now, the cursed warp state partially fixes itself once you go into antagony, but you have crash plus cortex. Cortex does not exist in most loading zones in antagony, so the game will try to load cortex, who doesn't exist. Causes the game to crash. On Emulator, which I was about to explain that. On Emulator, if you don't have the one thing ticked, which you are supposed to have ticked for runs, the game will not crash. Sometimes crash will fall through the floor. Sometimes he won't. And the reason why is because Cortex's collision is taken more into consideration, which Cortex doesn't exist. And then in certain cases, you do have control, and you do have collision, but you can clip through doors and stuff. But that is something that only happens on Emulator. And there is a specific setting that you have to tick in order to make sure that the game crashes properly. No, you don't. It has nothing to do with multi-threaded. BU. I don't know where you got that information from, but that is blatantly wrong. I believe it's on the... I believe it's on the thing, or on the... in the rules. Emulator settings must match here. I'm clicking on it. Settings, disable fast boot. Yeah. Advanced settings, pause on TLB miss. Killed the flag. I don't know who said the thing about the multi-thread thing that does not affect how the game crashes. It's you need to check pause on TLB miss, and what, because the whole thing is it doesn't. Yeah, pretty much. It will cause the emulator to crash if you die with Crash plus Cortex. And you spawn in a place where Cortex doesn't exist. Just got a collision boost. That didn't work. Yes, I would say assumptions are not assumptions without, you know, knowing the stuff. It's not a good idea to say them. And yes, we've known about it. So there's some backstory behind this. The whole reason why Emulator, this was the biggest reason why Emulator was never allowed, or at least oh shit, we'll break things. Uh-oh. So the whole reason why people were not allowing Emulator was because of this not pause on TLB miss. That was actually the biggest reason why, when anybody would say, why is an Emulator on the boards, they would say, well, the game doesn't crash when it's supposed to. Once we figured out what could make it crash like it's supposed to, there were no arguments against it at that point. That's the whole thing, and that was the argument that kind of led to Emulator being allowed, was once we could make it so that way the game wouldn't freeze or so that way, once we could make it so it would crash when it was supposed to, that was pretty much when they said, alright, fuck it, let's put Emulator on. That was actually right after the thing. Yes, that actually does. Yes, that actually does, fix it. And the reason for that is because Cortex detaches from Crash. There are scripts to make sure that you cannot be Crash plus Cortex. And getting to the end of getting to the end of rock slide, slip slide, sort of. Going outside of the farm area, those detach cortex from you. Fuck! Thank you, Luzoka. Oh, come on, headset. I thought I charged you. But yes, that does prevent the game from crashing. It's kind of a complex thing that's difficult to explain or talk about, like, off-rip. Okay. Huh. I don't know, when did I discover the game? When I was a child, my parents bought it for me. I didn't even like the game very much when I was a kid. It was too difficult. I didn't really appreciate the game until I started speedrunning it, really. And finding glitches for it. When you think about a remake, I think that would probably not go very well. I don't think modern developers could make this game good. What? Come on. I mean, unless it were the original developers taking the original idea and finishing it, I don't think this game would, or anything would be good. A remake might make things more interesting, but I don't think it would really sit well with fans. And at the same time, what the fuck? And at the same time, it's like, well, I don't think it would fit in with, like, modern developer habits. Like, a big case in point that I always refer to is Crash 4, where, like, everybody said for a few months, this game is amazing, this is, like, one of the best games ever, and then you just don't talk about it. You don't hear anything about Crash 4 these days. Even speedrunners kind of got bored of it, and and a lot of those speedrunners speedrun other Crash games. So, in reality, it's like, are they really? Could they really, make a game like this again? Probably not. I don't think so. And if they do, if it's a hit, it would not be a hit for very long. That's just the unfortunate curse of just how games are made nowadays. That's how some people felt about NST, but other people actually really liked NST. Mind Over Mutant, I've heard, is good. It's not my type of game, though. I still have yet to finish NST in its entirety. A lot of it was just, I had issues with controller support. I like the new version. Yeah, I honestly think it's nostalgia. I think it would be nostalgia. I think that's why Crash 4 was deemed so good. Was nostalgia. Now, it's mostly because of the gaming market, and it's mostly because of, like, how I've seen other games being handled. It's not necessarily like I'm saying, like, oh, it would never be good. I'm saying, like, with under current conditions. Thank you for the luck on the runs, Crispy Crepe. Because I would say, on paper, a lot of the ideas could make for a good game. But I just don't think that in today's market... Damn it. The fucking camera is a piece of shit. So, they're not so different? No, they are quite a bit different, actually. Because they were made in a time where they needed to make the games... They needed to make people play the games more. There weren't mass advertisers, there were no microtransactions, there were no producers telling them, you have to add this and that and this and that and this and that, or we're not going to fund you. And there were not as many directors telling them, you need to take this out completely, because this will not make us money. There were not people that are basically being paid nothing in order to make something decent. That's why. Basically, what those games had... Now, Wrath of Cortex is slightly different, because that was when gaming was starting to catch on a little bit more. But Crash 1, 2, and 3 basically went by what we would consider today the standards by indie developers. They were running off of different rule sets, because the producers were like, make us a good game. Make us a game that and make us a game that people will tell their friends to go play. Nowadays, a lot of that is in advertisements, and they also make their money through things like microtransactions and all this other stuff. Oh, you could do an easier version of the twin jump. You don't have to do it the way I do it. I'm just trying to get reused to this controller. That's why I'm practicing the way that I'm practicing. But yes, I'm saying the conditions are not right. Not necessarily that I don't think that a Twinsanity remake or remaster could be good. I'm saying most likely it wouldn't do very well, or it would never be something that you would have hoped. At least in today's market. In today's market. No Giga Nut today. Damn, the nut just does not want to listen. Now, it is possible, I think, that, like, even mid-2010s, if it happened to Twinsanity, if Twinsanity were to have been remade, could have been a good game. But I think in 2020, post-2020, no. I don't think it would be good. It'd be cash grab only. Which could be a good thing, but considering Twinsanity's older reputation, they would have to make it way better than it needs to be. Because there will be people... Understandable. Thanks for the good luck. But yeah. That is one of my most asked questions about Twinsanity is, what about a remake? If there are people that have been trying to make remakes as well, and I would say people should go check those out, because who knows, maybe someday, but I have not seen anything promising. I think the most promising one was something that was happening a while back. It was called Crystal's Wrath, and that was probably more of just, like, a ruse to begin with. Or, like, some two people that just kind of wanted to take people's money or something. I followed Crystal's Wrath for like probably like 5 to 7 years or something before I gave up. Aw, that wasn't good enough. There we go. Now, also, there have been some... Damn it. I still have to get used to the new audio delay. Yeah, it's not popular enough to get a remake on demand as well. Actually, I would say it's a double thing. It's not like unpopular. Yo, Chocobo Lord, thanks for the good luck. I would say that it is not popular enough to get a remake, but also it is too popular. You tried the method to go up, but it didn't work. No, it works on PS2. I developed it on Emulator. I actually worked on it for like 3 weeks. On Emulator, which was on PS2. It works. Yeah, the community, like, a lot of them are people who just kind of want, are just looking out for their ideal thing, which sometimes is a good thing, but sometimes not such a good thing. Because, yeah, the amount of talent required sucks. Oh, damn it. Oh. Whoops. Amount of talent required to make it, and plus they also don't have the resources to make it super high quality. Because a lot of the times, like, they don't have access to, like, really high, really good applications and shit. And most people that are doing that are people that I don't think have ever made a game before, and they realize how difficult it is to make a game. And especially, like, something that is a remake of their favorite game. And yeah, they do it with in their free time, which isn't that much to begin with. Or they're in high school and they have a lot of free time but no experience. The green thingy jump works on PS2. Yes, that works on PS2 as well. I would not do that trick though. It's really hard. It is like I said, I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying. Though I do think Crash 2 is more fluid than Twins, but I'm not disagreeing. But I don't think that it is time appropriate. It can be different in a couple of years. Things are starting to change in the gaming industry. A lot of AAA publishers are starting to realize that just because it's made by AAA nowadays doesn't mean people will play it. You know, Concord. Fucking Concord, man. 2,000 players max. That is awful. Yeah, the consumer is starting to catch on. The consumer's kind of getting tired of playing one-and-done clones. I think they got it. I think they got that idea from Call of Duty, since Call of Duty basically just makes clones of itself. And the industry thought, hey, you know, if we just do everything everybody else is doing, then we'll make good games, and it's starting to show that that's not the case anymore. Which I'm happy about. It can change. Looking at things like Lethal Company, and what was that other game that was like super popular that was not made by a AAA developer but just got super popular overnight? Versus like the first quadruple A game, which was a flop. Concord, which was a flop. Pow World, that's what it was. Pow World, yeah. basically completely deconstructing AAA. Basically completely deconstructing AAA standards and industry standards. I don't know. I don't think that that's necessarily, like, a thing per se of, like, people not enjoying gaming as much as they used to. Because it is no longer a societal taboo to play video games. I think rather it's more so the industry is assuming that... I think it's more so the industry is using statistics and not understanding when the results go bad. Okay, let's see here. Oh, damn it. The game might crash. Nope. There we go. Oh. Yeah, I think a lot of the disinterest in gaming is mostly just caused by the industry being bad.
Victor and Moritz's strong.
I mean, yes, our interests are going elsewhere too, but I think it's mostly just video games are not being well taken care of. It turned into the same thing that music went into, which is more money based and trying to pump out as much as they can to maximize profit, which has also been happening in the film industry. Pretty much all of the entertainment industries have been going towards that direction. All of the mainstream ones, which would be music, TV, movies, and video games. Books to some degree too. Enjoy your pirated stuff free of BS. Understandable. I still think that we should, for video games, I honestly think that instead of doing like microtransactions and free-to-play shit. Uh-oh. There's a glitch there. Hang on. Is the capture okay? Capture's okay. Okay. I think that we should do a commission. I think we should have, change the video game industry into a commission-based industry. So that way it's based off of quality of trust. I honestly think that people would pay more to, like, be able to give developers money if they like the product, and if they don't like the product, they don't produce, or they don't get as many commissions. So, like, let's say this, you know, instead of video games being $70, you could make them $20, and then say, hey, if you like this, you could support them by giving them money, and then a cut goes to the developers themselves for their hard work. I don't know, I think that would work. Obviously, this is, like, most likely very short-sighted, and there's definitely problems with that. Ideal. But I mean, if you base it off of the same kind of model that free-to-play games have, where it's like, well, you could play the game for free, but you could also get some extra stuff paying. Instead of that, you basically pay to know that the next thing that's going to come out is going to be good. Essentially, you're giving the developer your trust instead of that other stuff. Then I think it would shake up the industry a lot more. And say, like, let's say, for example, you know, 1 million people play the game. They buy the game for $5. So that's like, what, $5 million. And then everyone gives $1 or $2 a month, saying, like, I believe in what this is doing. I believe in what this game is doing. I believe in what this game is happening. Blah, 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 all that dumb shit. And they basically make money every month off of commissions of saying, hey, you know, if your stuff is quality next time, I'll keep giving you that $1. That's not a lot of money in the short term, but it is a lot of money in the long term. I don't know. It's basically the patron-based and the Patreon-based thing, but the reward is, instead of getting exclusive stuff every month, or you could do that if you want to, you basically give the people you get the people that are trusted to make good games, and the people that don't make good games don't make it in the market. Then you won't have dumb shit where the publishers that try to make clones of everything and all this other stuff, basically, like, I think it would weed out all the bad apples and take the people that are profiting more off of the industry to not profit off of it as much. But it could also lead to failure. Just completely just fuck up the whole system and then basically destroy video games as we know it. Because you also have a thing of, like, whatever is popular will get out and what's not popular won't. So indie developers would just all fail. Unless, by word of mouth, people say, hey, this guy is good, we should do this. But then if it's like people are peer pressured into it, which could be both a bad or a good or a bad thing, it just really depends. But I'm just blabbering on about my ideals. I don't like the video game industry. I don't think the video game industry is gonna make good stuff unless huge changes happen. Because, I mean, it really does not sit right with me that, for example, a company that I have been, I wouldn't say necessarily faithful towards, but I always had a lot of faith in, turned to destroy a lot of their employees, destroying a lot of their content in order to get more money, and literally even tell their fans, hey, listen, trust us, it will all be good. Yes, we're going to make some changes, just trust us, it's going to be for the better. And they start heavily monetizing everything. And they ruin the game. They ruin their reputation. That was Bungie. I've always been a very big Halo fan, and they ruined themselves. After splitting from Activision, which is weird because Activision is known for being horribly scummy. Like, looking at that, it's like, dude, is that really, you know, what used to be a seal of quality basically became like a trust for the next like crapshoot. And those that get their hands on older IPs have a tendency to just not give quality. Well, I'm just a speedrunner with a microphone, though. I'm not going to say that my ideas are... Oh, the game's gonna crash if I do this, probably. Well, it did something. But yeah, I don't know. I do have an inkling of a feeling that lab chunk unloaded, yep. That happens if you go through that chunk too much. So, okay. Wow, this nut is being stubborn. Can you stop being stubborn, please? Damn it. Oh, come on, dude. I will find a fix for those body slams eventually. How viable is the jump for the ledge below on MU? How many resets would you be willing to spend before you would change to something else? That is your answer. 500? 1,000? 2,000. Because you're probably only going to get it once or twice out of all of those resets. You've already done close to 100. You saw a speedrunner do it on PS2? I've done it on PS2 before. It's somewhere between like 1 in 50 and 1 in 500. Well, who the fuck's doing it on PS2? Because whoever's doing that on PS2 is either cheating or is an idiot. There's no way Joe did it. There's no way Joe used that ledge. There's no way Joe used it. There's no way he fucking used it. Oh, you mean... Wait, okay. Then, wait. What do you mean? What is Nervy doing? Oh. Oh, wait, do you mean the... Oh, that? I thought you meant the other thing. Started running this game on getting the bat consistent. You can't seem to get the technique down. Hold the crouch button, hang on. So take your pointer finger and hold the crouch button, hold forward, and then slide from your index finger to your middle finger while moving. And if it doesn't work, do the same thing. You do have to let go for like a frame or two. I'm surprised I got that. You just slide into it? Yeah, the reason why you shouldn't slide into it is because Crash will end up in different places. And you can't control where you are. It's not a good thing to not be able to control, because that means you will have unnecessary resets. Now, mind you... Okay, Dia, I will get back to the long jump thing in a second, after I'm done explaining this, because I have a different answer. I thought you meant the other thing. The one thing that I really want to emphasize when you're running any percent, because, reminder, any percent is very hard. The thing is that because of this, you want to make it as easy on yourself as possible. Because you're not going to get into Antagony very often. That means that when you're on a run, you will be nervous. The more you get into Antagony, the better, because you'll be able to deal with your nerves. So, if you're doing something that's not super... Hello, fellow speedrunner, yes. If you're not doing something that allows you to get further into the run, of course you should always ask questions and things like that. Like the swag crouch? Swag crouch is consistent. It's fairly consistent. It's just if you're only using your thumb. So this is me using my thumb. And mind you, my B button is very loose. Every time the bat you are too far to the left. Or you didn't follow the path correctly. So this whole thing, there's a reason why I take a specific path. I can go directly to the wall, but the bat is going to follow Crash, depending on where Crash is. So I take a line that puts the bat into a position where that will not happen. So that's why I take such an indirect path going from the icicles and spinning the icicles, then to the left, and then do that. So I can do it with only thumb. Yes, you can, but I would not recommend doing it. It's way more difficult to do. So essentially, ATLBG. So essentially, if I go like this, and then, you know, I'm here, what the bat is going to do is the bat will push me and kill me while going out of bounds. But if I go like this, you know, and then I go along the wall, and then I do the swag crouch, the bat has such a low chance of going out of bounds that you're fine. So the input sequence is you take your index finger, what does that even mean? Oh, what the hell's going on? Okay, so you basically take your pointer finger, your index finger, and you're holding the crouch button, and you're holding forward, and then you slide from you take your wrist and you shift it to the left to where you're letting go with your index finger and moving to your middle finger. And if it doesn't work, slide back. So listen to how quickly I can perform this. Not bad. Watch how I would do with my thumb. You see how much slower that is? It's about twice as slow, and it's much more difficult, and you will become fatigued over time doing it with your thumb. So if you switch between your first two fingers, it's easier for you to do it, and it makes you feel less tired. So by the time you're doing it, but if you slide your finger, you don't even let go of the button. You do need to let your finger go off of the button. Like, listen. But if you don't let go of the button while you're doing the slide, you won't get it. A lot of times I get it. Yeah, but I found swag stand to be inconsistent, Sustain. So, this strat is, if you're good at it, between a 1/5, yeah, you need to keep holding forward. If you let go, you will no longer be swag crouching. You can't get the swag crouch if you're not moving. So this trick is like a one, like it could be between like a 50% and a 20%. I never liked it because it's awkward and it's hard. It's one of the reasons why I'm glad I switched over to Xbox. Because while, yes, this is a 1 in 3, it's easier to pull off. Because it's easier to make mistakes here. Now, yes, you could do it, and I mean, I could do it too. Inconsistent tricks is where you body slam to the farm. The last slide to get the cursed splash. And Twinsanity, okay, warp skip. Inconsistent tricks. Totem hook'em skip, where you body slam to the farm. So, you're on Emulator, so I'm guessing you're doing this. That is very difficult. No, it is not the only way to do it on PS2. There's this way, this method, which loses somewhere in the realm of like 10 seconds or something like that. But if you're just starting out, this is not bad. And you don't even need to go around this invisible wall to get over here. You might think that you would need to do that, but you could just fall right down and go over here. And then just do body slam up here. It's actually not that hard. Yeah, exactly. Unless you're really trying to get a good time on PS2, I would not recommend doing the strat. On PS2, I would just recommend going with the older strat. Because, like, going over here... And yes, it does take time. It loses time. This trick... So there's a trick to this. If you are not moving by the time you jump... If you want to, you can. If you want to, like, consult me, you can add me on Discord. And, like, I can let you know stuff. I don't mind. I mean, at this point, everybody fucking knows. So the trick to this is that, you see where I am? I'm moving. I'm moving before I do my jump. That makes it consistent. I do have a Discord server. Exclamation mark Discord, but it's not gonna come in to YouTube. I actually have to post it. Oh, son of a bitch, did I click out of? No, I didn't. Okay. There. But yes, this trick is actually not that bad. The trick is just to know that you need to move forward before you do the jump. If you don't do that, because your instinct is to jump before moving, and see, I never get it if I'm jumping before I move. But if I take some time... Oh, okay. If I take some time to do it, you see? It makes it easy. Very consistent. As long as Crash has speed, he will make it almost every time. Let's see here. What else did he say? Let me go back and read this. The last slide to get cursed splash. In what context? What is happening when you do the slide? Let me see here. Damn it. Because there is, something to the, there is something to the slide, but there's a couple of things that you can do to make it better. I don't know if you're still here, Mikhaila, but, sometimes you can't slide at all and you fall in the water, and sometimes you slide but you still touch the water and not teleport. Hang on a second. Okay. I'm gonna bust out the trusty Twins editor. Give me a second. I don't mind doing this over doing runs, to be honest. This is still... It's kind of nice to do. It also gives me ways to calm down and not be so frustrated. Lab EXT, viewer. Okay, let me add a thing for, let me add a window capture for it. Okay. No, you're not wasting my time. I actually find this more enjoyable than doing runs, I'm not gonna lie. Okay, so this is the Twinsanity editor. I'm gonna make it so that way you can see my mouse as well, so... Oh, you can see my mouse. Okay. So, you might be like, wait a minute, this doesn't look like Iceberg Lab. So let me see here, not T, if I press U and then F, I think? Yeah. So now, you can see a slightly broken version of Iceberg Lab. And so here we have the chunk load, and you jump over that and you're over here. And now you're like, well, what? So here is the collision for that little thing. So you jump over here. Right now Crash is like right here-ish. And so what you need to do is you need to jump over this and land here. And so the idea is you want to move over to this part right here, and then you want to drop. Now, what is the problem? Here is a water layer. If Crash is not staying in the crouched position, then you're not moving forward. So, there's a couple of things. One is that this water layer only sticks out to here. So one of the solutions is to go fully forward. Why don't we do this? Well, the reason is because the camera gets stuck. The camera needs to be close enough to Crash in order to finish the death sequence. So initially, when I was messing around, I found out that sliding over here would give you the splash teleport, which our coordinates teleport us to somewhere in this vicinity. But the problem is going this way would do that, and I thought that was PS2 only, because sometimes I would get it. Sometimes I would get it in PS2, but when I was doing it on Xbox, I wasn't getting it all the time. And I was like, oh, it must be a PS2 difference. It's not, because it will still get you locked. So the way to prevent this, and what I do, mind you, I'm doing this like just in my head. So I know approximately where to put Crash, and then basically just time sliding off. So that way I can avoid this water plane. So the idea is to kind of slide off this way. Noah slides this way. Now I'm not sure how consistent that is. I'm not going to say anything about it because I know that it works for him. I don't know if it works for other people. You could do that, but the whole thing is you need to slide before you get here. But at the same time, you can't slide too late, or you will not get the slide at all. And you can't slide too early for 2 reasons. One is that the slide, you decelerate when you're doing a slide. So if you slide too late and you go off, you don't have enough speed to clear the water plane. That's number 1. Number 2 is that if you're way too far back, Crash is no longer sliding and you will not be able to get the splash teleport. So, what does this look like? It looks kind of like this. So, basically, when I'm doing the splash teleport, usually my camera is like this, and so I kind of like, I go like that. Now, that doesn't look like I got the splash teleport, but I actually did. The reason I know this is because there was no splash. I just didn't set up a teleport. Now, if you want proof of that, I'm actually going to set the splash teleport here, and now I'm going to go and do it again. And I will teleport directly there. This is why it's called a splash teleport, is that the game sets the coordinates of the previous splash, which does get deleted when you go through loading zones. So let's just do a little bit of a test here. The camera's stuck. So the game can't kill me because the camera's too far away. That's funny. That's actually kind of funny. Are you letting go of the stick when you're are you letting go of the stick when you're doing that? There's a slight time skip you could do in Antagony, in which before a door fully opens you could slide under. It doesn't really save time. You're holding it, and then you must not have done it correctly. He should. If he's not doing this, then something you're doing is not correct. Speedrunning is science. Yes, if you know how the stuff works, and this is why, like, and listen, I understand sometimes when it comes to knowledge, I can be a little bit of an asshole. And a lot of that does boil down to speedrunning tricks. A lot of it is science, and knowledge is power. Like, if you understand how everything works, at least to some degree, you will be able to use that. You'll be able to use and do whatever you want to do, and use it in whatever context, whatever thing that you want to do it in. Oh wait, I can't do it here. That's right. Hang on a second. So if you take a lot of the time to at least say, like, hey, what is the current understanding of this, that, you know, those kinds of things, and then be like, and kind of like think about the stuff, work with the stuff, and then find something new. That's great. And usually I also act like that. Maybe I'm not fast enough. That's why it's going back to normal. That doesn't make any sense. So, like, with that stuff being said, and I also don't necessarily assume I know, but I like to go off of what is currently known, at least to me, and I'm wrong too. And I look like an asshole, and I'm wrong. And that's fine. That's the nature of science. Is like, the nature of science is you can say something and then be wrong. And if the science says you're wrong, you're just wrong. And then you're like, oh, okay. Cool. I learned something new. So, in the case of this, let me see, what's this happening? No, that's not. That can't be it. Oh, I know what you're doing. You're doing this. You're sliding. You're sliding like this, right? Actually, yeah. Yeah, let's see. And then Mikhail, I will... Let's see here. New people. Hold up. Live split is there. Let's see what time. What was that, sub 2? Sub 2's not bad. File was too big. F. 153 is not bad. Okay. So the one thing that I was talking about with the bat, right? Okay, never mind it. Let me just go and do that real quick. Hang on. Too much times. That also does not make any sense. Because if you're pressing circle too many times, it's gonna look like that. Okay, so I'll show the bat thing as well. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Okay, so watch what happens if I just go directly over here. Very good chance the bat is gonna push me out. It didn't that time. So, like, let's say I go over here and I start doing it here. The bat, surprisingly, is not doing it. I'm not lucky. So, like, if I'm over this way, I believe the bat will actually... Oh, it didn't even clip me out. But if I do it this way, the bat is not gonna clip out. I'll show what's actually happening here if I don't die. See how the bat is basically following my every move? The reason why a lot of people get the weird clipping and the bat not working is because they are not manipulating the bat properly, as in, if you're not moving in the right patterns, you will not get the right results. And like stopping here, which this is actually not that hard. I would have failed because I didn't get here. But yes, I always like to emphasize specifically, and unfortunately I tend to be way too technical, and my explanations tend to just not be very comprehensible, because either too much information is added or things of the nature of like, just most people can't follow, is that, like, I very heavily emphasize, I very heavily emphasize knowledge, because if you know what's going on, then you can use it in many other places. Cursed Splash isn't necessarily that difficult, but it is hard to learn because of all the instructions that you have to do in so little time. And I see a lot of people do this strat, and I see a lot of people also doing Dio's strat, which, I can explain why I don't like it, but that doesn't mean that it doesn't work less. So, let me do something that's, that can explain why I don't like Dio's method. Okay. So, I am in this exact spot, right? If you were paying attention, Crash was not running forward. He was running upright, and I was using D-pad. See how he wasn't actually moving forward? He's turned slightly to the right? Well, watch what happens if I do the same thing, but I'm turned to the left. See how Crash is now turning to the left and not the right? So, if we look over here, which, hang on a second, it's gonna switch to the editor real quick. And I'm gonna go to the Ice Climb chunk real quick, which I believe is no, it's not Berg Interior. It's Cave Entrance. Viewer. Twinsanity editor, RM viewer. So, here we have the Ice Climb chunk. This is the inside, and this, as you can see, is the world checkpoint. I'll turn on the trigger. This is what you're dodging. So, basically, you need to land here. But what happens if Crash is turned this way? Think about it for a second. His hitbox, his whole hitbox is based off of his model. So, if you're like this and you're turning to the left, that arm might hit that trigger. Or, yeah, if you're basically like this and you move forward, you're tilted to the left, which means you will have to take more of an inside angle which gives you a higher chance of hitting this. Now, if you're turned like this and you see you're moving more towards the right, you can take an outside angle and land here. And then all you have to do is shift. You just have to shift left. So yes, technically, doing this could... Sorry, I had my left and right mixed up. So yes, doing this could actually be beneficial, but the better way to do it is by turning to the left, because you take less of a direct angle, which means you have less of a chance of hitting the trigger. And then all you have to do is just instantly shift left. So, just like this, so I'm here, right? I'm gonna line up Crash's shoe, and see? That works perfectly fine. But if I'm turned the other way, yes, using D-pad is better if you're doing it this method, because of two reasons. One is that Crash does not turn... Crash doesn't move in the direction that you're trying to face. Because remember, this is me holding D-pad forward. Crash is not moving forward. This is also me holding D-pad forward. Crash is not moving forward. He's moving diagonal. So, how do you think a stick is going to fare versus a D-pad? The D-pad will always be consistent. It's just that it won't always move you forward. This is why a lot of times, like I say, movement in this game is weird and difficult. Yeah, I see it. Let me see. Oh, you're just not doing it correctly. You're just letting go. It's not as, you need to let go and then press it again fast enough. That just means you haven't gotten it. And also, another thing to kind of get out of the... Whoa, what happened there? Why is it so loud? If the you know when the camera is going to flip. Because if it touches the wall, it will flip. Okay, so here's another thing that I see a lot of people don't really understand is this is the trigger. So if you avoid this, you're not going to trigger the thing. So what I see a lot of people do is once they are here, they move all the way over to the icicle. Spin the icicle and then body slam. Well, you're nowhere near the trigger. It is much safer, in my opinion, and it's also better to body slam earlier. So like as soon as you get past this little lip right here, you can start body slamming. Now sometimes if you're moving forward, you just won't get the body slam clip. So you just try again. I usually reset this because I lose so much time for body slamming, but you don't have to do that. But as you can see, like, the trigger is, like, all the way over here. You are not going to hit this trigger unless you try. So, like, if you clip out here and you walk this way, yeah, you're gonna hit the trigger. But if you come out here and then you walk a little indirectly, and then body slam this, walk over to this Wampa Fruit, which triggers the bat, and then you turn around the opposite way, walk in basically a straight line over to here, go over to here, and then you do the swag crouch, you'll pop out over here. which then you jump up to here, and then you jump over to here. Basically stand, like, in this general area between here and here, as long as you're against this thing right here. You hear the bat, and then you move backwards just a little bit. Spin the bat, and then you slide off to here. You're supposed to land get here. Then you jump over, and then you walk over to here, and you slide off of the equivalent of here. That's actually how you do the whole thing. It sounds complicated because it is complicated. It is a complicated concept, but as you can see, in my runs, a lot of the times I am very consistent at it, and the only reason why you're having trouble getting the bat to hit it consistently. Okay, hang on a second. I can basically show this. So I'll body slam here. Alright. So you want to put Crash like here. Make sure he's like... Hang on. Cool. That's not what I wanted to happen, but cool. So you want to put Crash, he's like right around this area. So between here and here is where you want to stop Crash. Now, the thing is, and this is important, is that you want to move Crash to about here-ish when you hear the bat make a screech sound. So you hear the... like that. Now, based on your camera angle, you should adjust where you need to slide. Don't spin too early because you kind of want to slide as soon as your spin ends. But don't spin too late or you will not be able to slide away. As long as your camera is in a good position, you will not have issues with the bat snipe. The camera is incredibly important. So, if, you know, I were a new runner, right? This is what I think that you should do. Is like go over to around this area, turn Crash to the right, line up his shoe, move forward, wait until the camera flips, and then go like this, body slam, go over to this icicle, then go over to here, do the, oops, basically do this, hold backwards and tap A, jump up here, go over to like here-ish. Boom. Now, let's see here. The purpose of the body slam is to set up the splash teleport. Now, I don't know if Mijala is still here, but, so getting this, this is how I would do it as a new runner. So I get Cortex here, right? And then I spin into him and I try to throw him into... Oh, okay, not like that. Hang on. Come on. Come on, Crash, turn. There we go. Damn it. It's difficult. It's difficult, but as long as you line Cortex up, or as long as you line up correctly, you will be able to find a very consistent timing for it. Where do you throw Cortex? Do you mean to do the twin jump, or to get him up here? Because getting him up here, you could do a bunch of ways. But for the twin jump, you want to throw him on the camera or on this ledge. It doesn't actually make much of a difference which way you do it. Ugh. Is it problematic on using the other side? No, but let me show you. Okay. So this is how you would get up here on the right side. So you jump here, jump up here, jump around, and then jump up here. That's how you would actually do the jump on this side. Now, here's this one. Which, I mean, look at the camera. The camera will block you. The camera will give you issues. And the other thing is, too, is you only have two options with this. You either throw Cortex like this, which, I mean, can be problematic, or you throw him off the edge. Which you need to be careful because he can bounce off. You could throw him the wrong way. Damn it. That can happen too. That can happen if you don't know where to go. Getting Cortex up there is the tricky part. Yeah. If you do it like this, you will never have an issue. Cortex will come up here every single time. And if something like that happens, you just load the chunk and then you... Come on. Come on. There we go. You just load the chunk just like this. And then... you line Cortex up. Oh, come on. Then you need to have the skills to do the jumps very fast. If you do it like this, yes. You see how hard that is? If you notice, so this is what a lot of people do. And you see, even I can't do it that way. Watch this. You notice something different? I throw Cortex after I throw Cortex in the middle of my jump, not initially. This is what that's what a lot of people do, and why why a lot of people struggle with the jumps. I wait until Crash is almost falling, and you see how much more time I have? Like, watch. It's a tiny detail that I don't think a lot of people pay attention to. A lot of people just, like, throw. nobody could do it that fast. What's the point of using bugs to finish the game? For speedrunning purposes. To get better. To develop a speed game that's fun, and also to get goals. That's why. It's not because, it's not for like, oh, I can't finish the game normally, or like all that other stuff. It's just because it's more fun to do it that way. Vortex gets stuck and you have time to do the twin jump, yeah. Mm-hmm. Uh-oh. Oh, shit. I gotta get Cortex out of there. So that is really, like... That is, like... Uh-oh. Oh, I'm surprised the game didn't crash. Huh. Okay. So, if it's always the little things, and also stuff I don't really explain very well. It's always those little things of like, say like that little jump thing, I don't explicitly state, because in my brain it's like very obvious. How can you change Crash's directions when standing in place? Hold the stick very, very, very slightly. Eventually you're able to jump. You slide jump, you fall down. You go down to the end and slide jump up again to do that. That's fine. The controllable slide jump is difficult. Oh, no, I'm not using D-pad for this. Do I speedrun normally? What does that mean? What does it mean to speedrun normally? Who decides what normally means? You're already doing something arbitrary to try to finish the game fast. Like, you know what? Bet. So, I'm not sure if people know about these things, but people for track and field, including Usain Bolt, people that do Olympic swimming, use different gear, different shoes, different bodysuits, all this stuff to gain an edge, make things easier, make things better. Are you going to argue that you should not do those things to make it healthier and faster for people to do those things than the people that were doing it more traditionally years ago? You wouldn't. It's the same thing, like, in terms of this, sometimes it's not as fun. Sometimes it's not as fun, to do things without glitches. In Crash Twinsanity, the game is not very fun to speedrun, without the use of glitches. Now, in games where it changes the game a lot, and games where it is fun to not use glitches, then there are categories of not using glitches or not using specific things. But in the case of Crash Twinsanity, the game does not change that much, and it's not as fun. therefore, we tend to just use glitches. It's not about of pride, it's not about this or that, and it's not about who says what should or should not be done in a speedrun. You can, if you want to, do it glitchless, but it likely will not be recognized just because of the fact that the community decide. The community gets to decide it, and a lot of it is like if it makes sense to be allowed and if it's fun. At the end of the day, it's a hobby. So that's why. And if I'm sure I'm not the first person that you have tried to discuss this with. The reason why a lot of speedrunners do not like these arguments is because of the fact that when you try to tell a speedrunner how to arbitrarily play a game, they tend to get very upset because they're already playing a game arbitrarily. And it's a lot of people who don't see it from the point of view of a speedrunner. Because it's why these are memes in the speedrunning community, because it's like, it's not necessarily that speedrunners say, oh, well, your way of playing is wrong, but rather when other people say that. And when other people get that question, a lot of times it's like, people tend to not be so open to new ways of playing a game. And the understanding, and I'll give you my understanding of it. So let's say this, right? This might put into a good perspective, I think. So let's say you've been playing a game like Crash Twinsanity for, yeah, like you said, 15 years? And you know, you played the game, you played it over and over and over and over and over again, and it's like, I want to play it, but I want to do something kind of new. Well, a lot of people, or maybe not a lot of people, but some people tend to discover that there's glitches. And there's new ways of playing the game. You can modify and change things. And it just opens up a whole new world. It makes things interesting. It makes things cool, in a way. It's just like, wait a minute, I never thought about this part of the game before. I never thought of this. I never thought of that. Wow, this is just... It's basically like almost playing a whole new game. That's actually why a lot of people get into speedrunning, because they played a game for so long. And it's cool. It's like, this gives me a way to play a game that I love to play. That I've done so many times, I want something new. And for some people, actually in my case, for Crash Twinsanity, I didn't really like playing the game much until I started speedrunning it. Because it helped me get good enough to where the game wasn't as much of a problem. Using the twin jump is much easier. Problem is the slide jump. The slide jump is hard, but yeah, you can always go on the end and do a slide jump. I used to do that, actually, believe it or not. The 20th anniversary is close, yes. And there's one thing that's actually really cool about the 20th anniversary. Something that I don't think a lot of people know about video game development is that they get NDAs, which are non-disclosure agreements, which means that they can't really talk about certain things for 20 years. The NDAs for Crash Twinsanity will be gone. Which means that the developers can more openly talk about the game and the development. Not that they haven't already been doing that. They have, actually. Ah! Damn it. For the Iceberg Lab cutscene skip, I don't. I'm not gonna lie, that is one trick I do not have any tips for. Because I used to be so bad at it. I used to be incredibly bad at it. I was notoriously bad at it. Think we would get anything new? What I think we'll get is I think somebody's going to show more history.
Victor and Moritz's strong.
I think we're gonna get more speedrunning, or not speedrunning. I think we're gonna get more Twinsanity history. Possibly, like, people will see prototypes, or somebody will procure a prototype. HWD, or whatever the person's name is, always finds prototypes, and usually releases stuff like this. I think that's what we're gonna get. I don't think we're gonna get a Twinsanity remake announcement. Actually, I would dread that. Because I guarantee you, when this person said that you can do that, that's not faster. There we go. I'll try it one more time, but I don't... Oh. That was just me being stupid. Maybe. You never know. They will no longer be under an NDA to not disclose... They'll be able to disclose that stuff as long as they don't distribute it. Oh, that was the first frame. That was scary. And yeah, I don't mind the questions. I honestly think that questions like that should be asked. Come on, assholes. Like, the thing is I am a glitch, they're not allowed until 20 years. NDAs, they have certain restrictions. I don't know what those restrictions are, but they're allowed to talk about certain things they weren't allowed to talk about. Why is the camera different? Doing those jumps does cost time. I'm surprised I got that one. What's the... I don't like that. Still got it. Good. Whoa! Yeah, damn it! I think I'm ready for runs. But yeah, I don't mind showing things off and explaining stuff if anybody wants stuff explained. I don't mind taking time out of doing runs. That doesn't bother me at all. I mean, there is the tutorial point redeem, but that's a scam. Damn it. It even says it's a scam, so I'm surprised I got that. An early jump. I think it would have been better if Naughty Dog still produced Crash. I don't know. Because, like, the whole reason why they split was because of the fact that they were getting burnt out. I don't know if they would have made better Crash games or not. Because, yes, Naughty Dog was, and at least until semi-modern times, they were producing very quality games, but at the same time, they were very burnt out with Crash. And, like, they wanted to pursue other endeavors and all this other stuff. They would have just been locked into playing, or producing Crash games, and also like super hyper strict deadlines, and having to keep up with the pressure of making it's like an industry giant, an industry powerhouse, is not easy. So I don't know. I honestly don't think that they would have been able to produce good Crash games, because all of those things eventually have to come to an end. Would it have been a very different history? Yes. Absolutely, it would have been a different history. And who knows, maybe Crash would still be relevant today, but there's... I mean, you could basically say, yeah, maybe they would produce quality, but then, I mean, what if Crash turned out the same way Sonic did? Because it was not necessarily all the same people, but it was the same company and the same, like, ideals pushing Sonic forward, which put it into a state that it's in now, where nobody really knows what a good Sonic game is, and sometimes they produce hits, and sometimes they produce failures. Granted, Sonic has exchanged hands, but not exchanged companies. Yeah, I'm doing runs. There's always the, there's always, like, the ideal thing of, like, oh, well, what if XYZ were still doing the game or all this other stuff, but you don't know how those things, having the rose-tinted glasses can always kind of muddy things. I know this very well because of my love of Bungie, or what I used to love Bungie. You know, the guys who created Halo. And that was by far my favorite video game developer, video game studio. For a long time. Even after I stopped playing Bungie games. And when I got back into Destiny, I was super happy because it's like, I love Bungie. Bungie is amazing, and then I see what they did, what they're doing, the business practices, and then I was like, this is not my Bungie. Honestly, it still bothers me to this day. I have not gotten over it. I have not gotten over how Bungie changed. It still bothers me, and it's not necessarily because I think Destiny's a bad game. It's more so their business practices after leaving Activision were so bad that it made me just basically, it made me remove those rose-tinted glasses of like, fuck. Even Bungie. Even Bungie. So, it's like, as much as I want to say all those things about like, holy shit, you know, what if XYZ, what if this person was still working on these games, what if they were produced by this company or that company, Another thing that I can think of, which was earlier than that, but, let's say, for example, the creation of Yooka-Laylee, which was made by the original people who made, or a lot of the original developers of Banjo-Kazooie, Banjo-Tooie, and Donkey Kong 64. And Yooka-Laylee flopped. I mean, granted, I could think of, like, maybe they were trying to make a good game, but then it just wasn't gonna, you know, be the game that everyone wanted it to be. It could be the nostalgia that ruined the game. It could be the devs weren't able to adjust to the technology. It could be the fact that they're just old now. It could be the fact that they were trying to adapt and adopt things that weren't natural to them when they were created. It could be so many different things. It could have been that they were just incredibly lucky with the ideas that they had. So many different things. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Like, it could be so many different things. And so this is basically why it goes back to, would Twinsanity have a good remake? All of those things, I have my doubts. If I hear a Twinsanity remake, I would dread it coming out. But if it were good, I would be incredibly happy. This is the difference between my expectations and my hopes. If in this case, my expectations are low, and I have my doubts, I'm gonna be very pleasantly surprised when it comes out. I remember when Halo Reach was coming out back in 2010, and me being probably like not the biggest Halo fan, but I was a gigantic Halo fan back in 2010. And I was like, you know, Halo Reach is all so great. I love Halo. I love Bungie. This is amazing. And then it's like, oh, I have ODST. I can access the Reach beta and I can beta test? Fuck yeah! And I did it and I was like, why doesn't this feel right? And then I played Generator Defense, which was the precursor to Firefight, and I thought that was fucking awesome. Makes sense, I'm more of a campaign guy than a multiplayer guy, and Firefight's more campaign-like than multiplayer. And I like that. That was my favorite mode, but other stuff I just did not like for whatever reason. And I'm not going to tell you it's because Reach was a bad game, because I don't think so. I don't think Reach is a bad game. I think it's just not a game for me. And it could have been because I overhyped it myself. I thought all these cool things could happen, and then it just wasn't what I wanted. Probably. And I let myself down so hard, despite the fact that I tried so hard to get to like it. All my friends were playing it, and everybody was saying, oh yeah, man, this game is great, this game is amazing, I love Halo Reach, it's the best Halo game ever to come out, I like it better than all the other Halo games, and I'm sitting there like, this is my least favorite Halo game. And I didn't even realize it for a long time because I tried so hard to just like it. And the shit happens. I don't know. That did make me lose faith in anybody but myself with expectations a lot of times. Unless it's something that's so out of the ordinary, I'm usually either pessimistic or I will say I don't have an opinion because I don't know anything about it. Unless it's something like Croc. The Croc remaster caught me off by surprise. That is something that I actually would buy day one. That would be very similar to, say, if Gex, if somebody just came back and be like, oh yeah, so Gex is getting remade? What? I don't remember the devs that made Gex, but I don't think they're around anymore, the company. But when you hear like, oh, Croc is getting remastered, one of the earliest platforming games to ever be developed. It started development before Super Mario 64, before Crash Bandicoot. Like, one of the very first 3D platforms to ever start development. It just came out later. Like, and they're also reviving Argonauts, which, minder, Argonauts also made the first Star Fox on the SNES, which is huge. They were the ones that were creating Croc. So it's like, what's gonna happen? What will happen? That is incredibly fucking interesting. That is something that I want to see. I would buy the Croc remaster day one, basically. And if it's bad, I'll just ask for my money back. Also, I heard about the Dead Rising remaster, and I'm also interested in that. I never really got the chance to play the other Dead Rising games outside of the first one, and I really liked the first one, despite the fact that it was horribly hard. There you go, there's my rant. I ranted, I think, for a solid fucking hour. In other news, I am procrastinating right now. Actually, I should be doing my, I should be working on my presentation for my Japanese class on Tuesday, and I'm not doing it. I mean, it won't take me that long. Kevin? Kevin! Get past the invisible wall. Move over. Move on the left side. Damn it. The invisible wall sticks past, is only like, the invisible wall covers most of the mountain, but if you're, like, kind of hugging the left edge-ish, you'll make it. You'll be able to drop under. Or drop, you'll be able to go through, yeah. Net. There we go. Now, if you're on NTSC 1.0, there is actually a tree that you could very easily skip totem with. There we go. The walking nut skip looks crazy. What do you mean walking nut skip? You mean me landing on the nut and then walking? It's actually kind of hard to do. I don't like doing it that way. But I mean, it just kind of happens. Doing it while moving. Oh, fast nut? Yeah. Aww. The camera wasn't moving in the right direction. Yep, that's called fast nut. There's an even faster way to do it. By spinning it into place. That's much tougher to do, and I haven't been able to get it consistently enough for runs, but it saves a lot of time. It's more consistent than Giganut, though. I'm gonna be doing it here. And I didn't get it. I'm still going for attempts because I could save time. I can save time in Hub 2. As long as I don't lose more than 2 seconds, I'm fine. So, basically, if something goes wrong, I try to go for something faster. And if it doesn't work, I'll keep going, so that way I don't reset. I don't want to reset too much, because the least amount of attempts that I do up to certain points, the less practice I get for those, and it means I will perform worse. Oh, the Uka mask is nerfed. Is it? Is Aku nerfed? Well, I guess you don't go fast with it, but... Oh, wait, you mean the fact that it doesn't protect you from nitros. Yeah, they did that so you wouldn't skip puzzles that you can already skip. That's why they insta-kill you. And also they put certain TNTs in place to hide loadings. like going into the first totem hokum chunk. They put the TNTs there so that way the game doesn't crash when you go there. I'm surprised I actually got that. You also can't kill enemies with it? Oh. You're right. I forgot that was a thing in the original trilogy. This is a little slow, but it's fine. Probably be like a mid 125. It might be faster than that. Low 125. Looks like. Oh, what? A low 124? Interesting. Oh, shit. I was really close to the cutscene trigger. There. Okay. Nice. There we go. Okay. Good. Game tried. Ooh, okay, this is fast. Come on. Okay. I couldn't do it. I was in the wrong place. Ugh. This is what I mean by nerves. I was actually nervous. Oh, what the fuck?
Victor in Moritz's stronghold of evil. This
Oh,
is
man.
where we wrong the rights and sweep the past under the rug.
Yeah, so Fast Nut doesn't save as much time as you would think. It saves as much as between half a second to a full second. So it's actually not worth going for. Yo, Alf. Yeah, if you notice, I actually turned the camera up there. Tiny little jumps. This is actually a really fast antagony. Watch me get perfect ant RNG. That's actually pretty good ant RNG. Okay. I can be on right side. What do you mean, bozo? Okay, cool. The game was like, oh yeah, your jump doesn't exist, by the way. By some level of technicality, spinning the nut is actually more consistent. So what's the new strat? What do you mean? I mean, nothing concrete. I mean, just TAS nut. And the green jump thingy. I was +1. This run's bad. I just don't go for the nut spin yet because the TAS nut, I don't have a means of making it consistent because like it changes depending on your facing angle. Though lining it up would actually be worth it because it could save up to 2 seconds. Like this. But as you can see, that nut doesn't like to cooperate. Implemented a new strat. Well, yeah, I implemented the green jump thingy. After my record, what's the closest I got? Probably 1041. I've gotten multiple 1040s on no resets. 1040s and 1050s. Dude, really? Damn it. I think it was either a 1041 or a 1042 that I got. I'm going for Giga Nut. Actually, nah. Don't. And of course, I'm too diagonal. If I'm not too diagonal, it's not that hard to get. If I'm too diagonal, then it does not work. My current PB is the only PB that has sub 1040, but now, and now, I still search for new skips. Not usually, no. Sometimes I think about new implementations. Because everything that I have implemented outside of Giganut as a potential backup is not what's it called? It's not new. Like the green thing, the jump for that is actually not new at all, necessarily. It's just a new way to implement it and a new way to put it into runs. That, for example, which is TAS nut, is not new. But I do it as a backup in the case that I lose too much time. Are you saying I don't, Dio? Madge. But no. I do it now and then. For any percent, we are really reaching the limits of, like, what is possible at this point. Oh, 2P1C? Yeah, I have. Not for twins, though. I have a speedrunner called Not Vanny that is not that far away from me. We're like 30 minutes apart. Actually, we just, we met up 2 weeks ago, I think. Had pizza together. We've talked a little bit about 2P1C. We've also talked a little bit about Bash 200% co-op. A relay? No. 2P1C, 2 players, 1 controller. Or Bash 200% co-op. Oh wait, Oh, do a relay. Okay, yeah, no, I wasn't. Sorry, I can't read. Relay? I've never really thought about doing an IRL relay. Actual relays, yes. There was a thing that I signed up for a GDQ back in 2014, which was actually a relay, by the way. But it wasn't for Crash, it was for Sonic Heroes. It wasn't for Twins, it wasn't for any Crash games, it was for Sonic Heroes. Ultimately, I was not picked because I wasn't very well known despite being a hugely successful Team Chaotix runner. Of course, we all know what happened. Do I still play Sonic Heroes regularly? I don't play it regularly. What do you think about Wrath of Cortex? It's an okay game. I was playing it the other day. By the other day, I mean yesterday. It's also a game I play for quality testing because the game looks really good. Too fast. I think in modern day, anybody that has played through the Wrath of Cortex not in their childhood, but in recent years, and not immediately after they played the original trilogy, I think most people are going to say the same thing. Like, I mean, it's a pretty good game, it's fun. Why? It was a commercial failure, just like Twins. But no, I don't play Sonic Heroes very regularly anymore. I've had thoughts of going back to it, though. And do more runs. It's between Twins and... or, it's between Heroes and Spyro Heroes Tale. Ah, yeah, Final Fortress is tough. It's between Heroes and, AHT. Yeah, I'd also prefer Twalk over that. I don't think that, Twalk affected Twins' success that much. Not as much as as people would think. I think Twins would not have been successful if it were the 4th game in the franchise over the 5th. Oof, I almost hit. Ah, damn it. Yeah, I liked the original trilogy more. I did not like Twins as a kid. And I will like emphasize that I did not like Twins. What's my favorite song of the game? The Uka Boss theme. No, I didn't like it that much. It was too difficult. It was too hard for me to play. Really? Come on. And trust me, I know how weird it might sound to say, as world record holder of every category, that, like, this game was too hard for me when I was a kid. And that's not to say that I know I finished it. I know I beat the game, and I may have gotten 100% once. Or I may have, gotten it. Or I may have gotten close to 100%, but not getting 100%. There were a couple of games, like DK64, that I didn't get everything for until way later. Spyro Hero's Tale, I think, was one of the only games that I actually did that. Sonic Heroes was kind of funny because, in actuality, I didn't finish the game until I think a year and a half after I got it, and the reason was not because I couldn't finish it, but rather I didn't know what it meant by defeat last evil. I didn't know that I could move the menu over to the right to fight Metal Madness, or Metallic Madness. It was probably the first game I remember I have a very clear memory of beating when I was a kid. For the first time. Like, I know I finished Crash 3 when I was a really young kid, but I never finished Crash 2 as a young kid. Donkey Kong 64, I didn't get to the K. Rool fight for a long time. Oh yeah, what I'm made of was worth it. It was definitely worth it. Sonic Adventure 2, I didn't have for a long while. And every time, I would just go and I would ask my parents to rent the game for me from Hollywood Video. And it was always the same broken copy, and I never told my parents that it was a copy that didn't work. Because I didn't want them to feel bad for spending money to rent me a game I couldn't play. I was 9 at the time. Oh my fuck, these bots are insane, dude. And it's not like Twitch can't tell that they're bots. They can totally tell they're bots. They just don't want to do anything about it. Too slow. But see, the thing is that, Sonic Adventure 1, I don't remember when I beat for the first time. But I remember when we got it. It was the day before my 9th birthday. We went to a GameStop and I got the game, and I thought it was a pretty great game. Not as good as Sonic Heroes, but I thought it was a pretty great game. I remember when Sonic 06 came out, and I played the game, and I was like, hey, this is a pretty fun game. Mind you, I was a teenage... No, I was a preteen at the time. I was like 11 or 12. You hated DK64? Out of this house. But see, I played DK64 when I was a kid, not Banjo-Kazooie. And I was like 5 when DK64 came out. No, I was younger than 5, but we got a Nintendo 64 in 2000, and we got Rayman 2 for the N64 for my birthday, my 5th birthday, and I was very happy about it. And we had DK64. I loved the crap out of that game. I thought that game was very fun. Unfortunately, we sold a lot of our old consoles. Why did you bounce? We sold our old consoles. I don't know why. And then we got an Xbox and a GameCube. Kevin, move the fuck out the way. I have not gotten into Hub 2 in a while. I knew it wasn't gonna work. When the nut starts acting up, something is bound to happen. We had several games for the N64. We had Mario 64, we had DK64, we had a Star Wars game that I don't remember the name of. Pokemon Stadium. Oh, damn it. Wasn't aligned. We also had, I think we had like one more game for the N64. I mean, we had Rayman 2. For the PS1, we had Rayman 1, Spyro 1, Crash 2, Crash 3, some Hot Wheels game that I don't remember the name of. I wouldn't say the PS1 version was inferior, it was just different. For the PS2, we had Spyro Enter the Dragonfly, the original blue disc of Crash Bandicoot: The Wrath of Cortex, or Crash, yeah. Yes, Crash Twinsanity, good game. We had Tetris Worlds. I think my dad had SOCOM. What other games do we have for PS2? I don't remember, because it got sold in 2002. And then on Xbox, I had Sonic Heroes, Halo 1, Halo 2, no, we didn't have Fusion Frenzy. Crash Bandicoot: The Wrath of Cortex. Again, because I wanted it again. We had, Spyro: A Hero's Tale. Dance Dance Revolution. I don't know which one. We also got a GameCube, and I had Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door, Melee, Pokemon Coliseum, Pokemon XD, Sonic Heroes, because my parents didn't know I already had the game. I had some game that I can't remember the name of that was like a 2D Metroidvania. But it was really crappy on the GameCube. I don't remember what the name was. It started with a B, I think. Metroid Prime, Metroid Prime 2. Super Mario Sunshine, of course, Luigi's Mansion. Oh, damn it. Spun too fast. Also, I had Twins on my Xbox. Luigi's Mansion is really good, yeah. I love Luigi's Mansion. Of course, I also had a GBA, because everybody had a GBA. And on the GBA, I had Pokemon Sapphire, Pokemon Ruby, Pokemon Emerald, Crash, The Huge Adventure, Crash Entranced. Damn it. Crash Entranced, Spyro Season of Ice, Spyro Season of Flame, Crash Purple. What else did I have on the GBA? Pokemon Pinball. Cheating in a cereal contest? Bruh. I also had a slightly broken Sonic Advance. What an IQ SP? What the fuck? I'm not judging you, I'm just like, whoa. Trying to think what else I had on the GBA. Well, on Game Boy I had, I can't remember if it was the Game Boy Color version or not. Probably was. Of Donkey Kong Country. First game. Pokemon Red. Pokemon Yellow. Actually, the Pokemon Red was stolen from a friend by accident. Because I was dumb and I asked him, hey, can I borrow your Pokemon Red? And he was like, yeah. And then summer break hit, and it was immediately before summer break. Summer break happened, and then I never saw him again. And I was like, fuck, because I was actually gonna give it back to him. But I never saw him. Oh. Damn. What? They had a Yoshi's Island cart? Bruh. Okay, this is a pretty good run. No, damn it. Oh, that's so, that trick is so hard to do. I mean, hey, getting that teleport at like, I don't even know what time it is. I just know that it might be like 12 seconds beforehand. I'm not sure what the time is. I check to see if the time is good by looking at the time that I split, and then just like look at the if I get the splash teleport and okay, so it's better if I explain it with numbers. So if I enter Hub 2 with a 125, right? And I get the splash teleport where the timer ends in a 4, it's a slow run. If it ends in a 3, it's a fast run. And if it's like almost like let's say I get a high 124, right? So I get a high 124 and I teleport at with a low 2 at the end, it's a really, really fast run. That's how I can tell. I don't actually check the other numbers. The only time I really that I check the other like all the other numbers is during nut skip and during nut skip and during the ledge jump, the platform up to the ledge, and then the body slam to skip the worms. Everything else, I actually only really look at the seconds and centiseconds, like in the ones place. Like, if I get the body slam, my ideal time is like 59 is what I check for. If it's faster than that, it's fucking fast. If it's slower than that, it's like, okay, it's whatever. The nut skip, I look for a high 27. If it's faster than that, it's fast. If it's a 28, it's an okay run. Oh yeah, I also check here. If I exit this cave in under 42, or during 42, it's a pretty fast run. If it's 43, it's like, okay. So like that body slam, 51, very fast. This one, 59, very fast. And then I check, I see 5.7, which means that this could be almost sub 124. Or very low 124. Depends on different factors. What program do I use for the timer? Live split. Everything else I use OBS. Very good. I used to check for the body slam time here, but I don't do that anymore. That almost killed me. Fuck, man. Really, dude? I didn't even get it. What do you mean that way is not possible? It depends on what you mean. There's only one skip that you have to do differently. Discord. Tree jump. Iceberg Lab. Theo, it doesn't, for some reason, show up on YouTube. If Nightbot posts it, you have to double post. The cutscene skip? Oh, you mean the ledge? Ledge you can't do. You can't land on it on PS2, but... Hey, James, thanks for the good luck. What do I do if the bat goes out of bounds, too? Pretty much what I did. I just didn't, do it correctly. It's a different lineup, but you lose time. That's why it loses about 2 seconds if the bat clips out of bounds. How's it going? It's okay. The link to Discord didn't come out even when Dio posted it. Oh. The actual jump? I mean... I'm not sure exactly what you mean, but... The only two things I'll show you... This is basically not feasible on PS2. That, in particular, is not feasible. It's possible, but it's not feasible. Okay. Okay, where am I? Yeah, the ledge you can't land on. You can't land on that on PS2. I've never seen it happen. It might be possible to do so, but, yeah. Ah, por cierto, puedo hablar español, pero es que, pues, si quieres escribir en español, todo bien. Es que mi chat es bilingüe. Pero ten en cuenta que hay muchos angloparlantes y hispanohablantes en mi chat. So I guess it is possible, but not feasible. So yeah, you have to do it a little, you have to change it up just a little bit. On PS2, it doesn't really save that much time. What do you mean? Insulto favorito en español. Es una buena pregunta. Pero en concreto no tengo uno, pero me encantan lo como conche tu madre, por ejemplo. El clásico. La concha de la lora. Pero técnicamente no es un insulto. Gilipollas. Oh, mamo huevo. Sí, mamo huevo. Soplapingas. No. That ledge I would not try because it's the same. It's called an Xbox ledge for a reason. I would not use that ledge on emulator. Only do it if you're playing on Xbox. No. The FPS does not. Wait, why are you playing on 60 FPS? If you're playing on emulator, 60 FPS is bad. You actually can't do the splash teleport that we use on 60 FPS. You have to be in 50. Has to be in 50. First splash, it is possible. But the super consistent method for getting the splash teleport is not, because you fall faster. You fall faster in 60 hertz. So the reason why you get the splash teleport is because for some reason while you're holding the slide button, you actually skip the layer that gives you the splash animation every time, because you fall at the exact same rate every time. But on 60 hertz, you fall faster, so you don't land in the same coordinates. There's other places where you can get it, but it's not as consistent. If you're on emulator, do not use the US version, use the European version. You will not easily be able to get a splash teleport on the US version. There are ways to do it, they're just incredibly inconsistent and difficult. Very difficult. You have to do different methods. And we haven't tested anything that would make it more viable on 60 hertz, but I am not on an emulator, no. Yeah, it's a 100% success rate unless you mess up. I am on original hardware. It just looks different because I'm on Xbox and it's upscaled. I think that's why people ask me that all the time. Yo, Fernando, ¿qué tal? Otro, por ejemplo, porque obviamente es que sé español de España. Gilipollas. Todo bien. All's good. ¿En cuál contexto? ¿Lo que estoy haciendo o sea, lo que está pasando? Y buenas. You could submit PS2 emulation or PS2 emulator as long as you are using the correct versions, and also make sure that your settings are correct. Pero lo que estoy haciendo es un speedrun de Crash Twinsanity. O sea, uso varios bugs para completar el juego en poco tiempo. O sea, es speedrunning. Vaya putísima mierda. What are the correct settings? You can find those correct settings on the leaderboards. They have a link to, I think it's a screenshot of the proper settings. Yeah, they are listed on the speedrun.com page. Exactly. There's one that is very important, which is pause, check pause on TLB miss, because if you don't do that, the emulator will not crash when it's supposed to crash, and that is just something that a lot of the old Twinsanity runners are very particular about. Came back for a bit. How are runs going? I got one run up to... I was a second ahead into warp skip, and then Crash just was a little too off-center, and I couldn't throw Cortex correctly. I have not made it to Anti-Agony yet. Pero bueno, es que... os voy a decir... no, you can't use Joe's splash teleport method. That was 50 hertz only. Search for Dio's old Xbox run. That's what you need to do for 60 hertz, I believe. Bueno, os voy a decir, mi chat es bilingüe. Podéis escribir en español como queráis, pero obviamente pues no hay otro consejo. Es que no tenéis que escribir en inglés si no sabéis cómo, no sabéis nada del lenguaje. Todo bien, es que a mí no importa, y creo que mis otros espectadores que no son hispanohablantes, no importa tampoco. Como queráis. O sea, si queréis practicar vuestro inglés, adelante. No importa. O sea, al revés. Para los que están estudiando español o japonés, algo así, pueden escribir en inglés, japonés o español como quieran. A mí no importa. Lo importante es que puedo leer y entender casi todo lo que ha escrito, y nada más. Pues no soy hispanohablante, soy angloparlante, pero sé español como mi segunda lengua. Puedo entender casi todo lo que ha escrito en el chat. Así que todo bien. Ahora mismo hay bastante inglés. Quizá en algunos minutos, algunas horas, habrá hispanohablantes también. No sé. ¿Quién sabe? And basically, in case anybody wants to say, wants to know what I said in Spanish, basically, the big TLDR is that my chat is bilingual. If you are a Spanish learner, or an English learner, or a Japanese learner, you know, whichever, as long as you're using one of those three languages as your main version of communication, you are allowed to type in those languages in chat, however you would like. It does not matter to me as long as I can understand what you are saying. Just for moderation purposes. So, in the case that, say, like, you are a Spanish speaker and you want to get your English better, you can use English here. If you also are more comfortable using Spanish, you can use Spanish. If you're more comfortable doing Japanese, it's fine. If you're more comfortable using English because that's your main language. ¿Por qué me llamas como amigo? Joder. ¿Eres de Rusia o qué? Bien, ¿y tú? ¿Cómo estás? No, es que tengo una profe que es de Rusia y casi no nos refiere como amigos. Amigos. A mí me hace gracia. Pues es que en inglés tenemos el equivalente de camaradas. Camarados. No sé cómo se dice pero exactamente, pero en inglés se dice lo de Rusia comrade. Especialmente tiene muchos años. Es bastante vieja. O sea, me parece que tiene más de 60 años. Very little Russian, but it's mostly insults. Suka, blять! Hopefully Smarkin's not here, he's gonna get mad. I know a couple of words in Russian, like spasiba. До свидания. I don't remember much else. I could still read the letters. And it's been almost 10 years since I started learning it. Japanese, I can get by in conversation. And of course, the very big classic that every Japanese learner does is they go in and say, Konnichiwa. Which you only do to people that are older than you, or people that you're trying to be very formal with. I have a Japanese one. Sort of a hodgepodge. The Japanese Curious George rabbit hole? No, I don't think so. Okay, good. That was a lot of time loss. Holy fuck. That's what I'm saying. What the fuck is that? Oh, damn it. My stick flicked. Oh no, we're not doing this, are we? Am I gonna be forced to? Hang on a second. So this guy is saying nobody knows how to skip into what's it called? How you stumbled upon it? Let's see. He That's what I'm saying. That is cursed. What the fuck?どうしてこんにちは。俺たちは生命維持だろうね。年上じゃねえよ。使うよ。ねえ。友達だろうね。Dude, I will bully you. Understandable. Damn it, I didn't land on it. Eventually I might even add a Japanese channel to my Discord, but I mean, very few people would actually use it. But I mean, if anybody is curious to learn Japanese, honestly, like, here's the thing, right? So, Japanese as a language is like, I mean, it is rough to learn, but a lot of the issues come with the reading. And the thing is that if you can't really read, you're not really going to understand a lot of the context of the language. Sis? No. Or is that... Why are you making me read slang terms I don't know? In a language I don't know? Nope. Too much strength. Spasiba? Oh. I mean, in Japanese, a lot of times they shorten arigatou gozaimasu to azasu. And if you want to be really slangy, you could just say as. A lot of people, I believe, that would say like us usually shorten the formal version. So they might say ohels nansuka instead of nandesu ka. Things like that. There is a Spanish acronym that is actually very bad in English, because English has the same acronym but it means something completely different. And I'm not sure if it's appropriate for me to say it on stream necessarily, but in Spanish it means shut up. But using formal you. Cállese. Anybody that speaks both English and Spanish would basically like understand why that's not good to say in English. Well, I mean, now I'll say it. Because it would be KYS, which can be used as a means of saying kill yourself in English. See, I say calla ya. Calla ya, tío, joder. When I want to tell somebody to shut up. This started out slow, but it's actually not that slow right now. Now it's incredibly slow, damn it. I'm surprised I made that. Damn. Roto. Fine. Almost dead anyway. I'm still trying to figure out how to get the jump consistent. It's like the last thing I have to figure out in order to get the new strat. And I mean, there's other things I had to figure out as well. Oh, come on, dude, really? Bomb skip is not possible on PS2. It's not possible. Bomb 3.0 is not possible specifically on the PAL PS2 version. It's possible on every other version. Move, Kevin. The reason is because the ant pathing is fucked on that version. The actual thing is possible. It's just that the ant pathing is fucked. Because the way that it works is that the ant tries to grab the bomb from the dispenser when it's not there, and the game doesn't know what to do. So the game just freezes the bomb in place. That's how that works. But the ant pathing is fucked on PAL PS2 for whatever reason. So, the ant doesn't usually go for the bomb, it just walks off of the edge. Lots of them go off of the edge for whatever reason. It's only on that specific version too. On every other version, it works just fine. I kinda had to do that. I lost a lot of time just because I had to dodge the villager. I almost hit the checkpoint there. Also, Bomb 3.0 is slower. I almost hit the checkpoint trigger there. It's why I don't go for Bomb 3.0 anymore. What version would be best to use? For PS2? PAL PS2. Hey, I'll take it. Japanese version of slide glitch. Also 60 hertz. So, you're not gonna get the cursed splash. No! Oh. This thing, he's asking which version is best to use, and it's not NTSC 1.0. Best version is to use PAL-PS2. Antagony is actually slightly easier as well because of one particular ant is not in your way because of the ant pathing being fucked. Which is the one right before falling, right before getting on it. The one right before getting on the wall, after the ant fight. That ant's pathing is fucked, and on PAL PS2 he almost always just falls off. So you don't have to deal with him. It's kind of annoying to deal with him on Xbox. There you go. 0.4. Oh. Sometimes you get that long jump. It doesn't save that much time. Ugh. Camera's always... I don't know why, for some fucking reason, it turns my camera to the right on this controller now when I hold up on the right stick. And it messes up my pathing. Yeah. Always pick the PAL PS2 version. For Xbox, you can choose either or as long as you're playing in 50 Hz. Damn it. I wonder if that's actually faster. Because I've noticed I got some decent times when I do that. When I just slide above the mushrooms. It's just that I always assumed it was bad. It was bad movement. Might not be. Might save time. Let's double check that shit. It's a little bit less awkward to do as well. Oh, come on. That's the thing that kind of sucks about this, about Fastnut, is that it doesn't always work. That's the reason why I wasn't using it for a while. Why widescreen? I play better in widescreen. And also it was to kind of, it was also to kind of, dispel the rumor that the game plays worse in, widescreen. Oh, fucking hell. That's cool. There is a small possibility that it causes more lag. But for any percent, I have not noticed any real changes in performance. Actually, before I was starting to really do serious attempts, I even checked. I was playing on 4x3 and I was getting these insane times, and I was like, okay, so it has to be the fact that I'm playing on 4x3, and then I switched to widescreen. I got the exact same result first try. Very, very fast, very, very fast hub ones. Which would, low 124s, sub 124s. I knew that was gonna happen. Why do you ask? I know it would probably look better if I did 4x3. Like my stream and everything. But I don't want to get reused to 4x3. On the off chance that it does nothing. Because having to adjust to something new after a while. Oh shit. It does... The mushroom thing does save time. Dude, really? Mushroom thing just saved me like 0.3 seconds. What the fuck? Okay, cool. Fucking... It's also easier to do because I don't have to move around the boxes. Yo, coma. Damn it. Never mind. I'm gonna do the... Damn it. Nut, please. That was basically perfect, and I ran into the damn crates. That's crazy. Oh my nose, it itches. Oh, damn it. Oh. That was entirely my fault. Nut. Nut. No. How's it going? It's going. Ah, damn it. Plus like half a second. How about you? Or a second and a half, not half a second. A collision hits Crash's head with the mushroom movement. Does it? You've been trying to find something new to run? Run Twins. You can run the game on Emulator. Game fun. Wipe my ass with this fucking time. Run's fucking dead. What? Ya, vuelta. A ver, ayer estaba con mi familia, ¿verdad? Y bueno, pues no es de mi familia, ¿verdad? O sea, mi familia extensible, pero es una amiga de mi... Creo que mi tía, no sé, pero dijo que está enfadada porque hay muchos migrantes aquí en los Estados Unidos y especialmente lo más gracioso es que dijo la palabra mexicano como insulto. O sea, como la palabra le da asco. ¿Pero qué? ¿Por qué? No tiene sentido. Y obviamente no puedo... no puedo decir eso en inglés porque es un problema muy político, pero... Y por eso lo digo en español. Pero es que me molestaba muchísimo porque no sabe nada. Pues es que obviamente es una mujer que tiene más de 60. How am I doing? Okay. Procrastinating a presentation that I have for tomorrow. Not tomorrow, actually. It's due Tuesday. Damn it. I mean, it's for a class I've already completed. I have another thing that I need to do before tomorrow, but it's not that big. I have some other homework I have to do, but I mean, whatever. Give me the nut. Yes, there we go. Oh, come on, dude. Damn, I saved all that time back? What the hell? This went from like slow as hell to being actually fast as fuck. What the hell? Yeah, sometimes that happens. Man. This gives me an idea though. Because I gained so much I gained a lot of speed there. It happens usually during cutscenes if you do FMVs and then quit out immediately. No? Dude, really? Come on. Of course it almost worked. Ah, okay. How the fuck? That didn't work. Yeah, the slides were actually really fast. I want to figure out a way to make that better because it's possible. It's possible because I have to walk for a little bit. there's a possibility that I can save a bit more time if I just do a slide instead of a slide jump somewhere. Especially an unobstructed slide. Nope, it did not save much time there, but it did give me a boost. What about Giganut? Still not viable. It's only like a 5%. 5% is not good enough with the amount of resets that I do in Hub 1. It would take me far too long to get out of, or to get into Hub 3 and Hub 4. If I could get the TAS nut along with Giga Nut, it would save so much time. We might even see a sub 120. How do you do the twin jump? Timing. Vortex has to teleport to Crash's feet and then fall faster than Crash. If he does not fall faster than Crash, you do not jump. On the other attempt I got, the super slide has never saved that much time for me. And that's not even a super slide. At least in the traditional sense. In the traditional sense, a super slide is when the game lags and you get a very fast, and you get a slide jump with a lot of speed. In that instance, you don't actually get speed from lag. You get speed because of your position. And the game kind of proxies you. More like a proxy. Whereas in the traditional sense, which is what you get on PS2, is caused by lag. It might be the same mechanic though. Hard to say. It might lag you inside of something and then launch you. I don't know. I don't think so. Oh, damn it. A lot of times, they don't save a lot of time. At least they don't save me a lot of time. If anything, they don't save me any time at all. Especially because they throw off your movement. Because while it can gain you time, you can lose the exact same amount of time because you have to walk. Because you can't slide or slide jump in order to fix your line. Movement lines are so are so important. It's one of the reasons why Noah could be a lot better if he knew how to dynamically change his movement line. And Joe's movement was better than Noah's. It's very interesting because a lot of the times I heard a lot of praise for Yere's movement, but Yere's movement was filled with a lot of time loss as well. But that was a lot of that was also due to not having the same knowledge that we do now. Back then, we thought long jumping was a good thing, and that you didn't lose any time from doing long jumps. And yet I did a lot of unnecessary long jumps. Pool also did, but that was the style back in those days, 2014, 2015. Smarkin was kind of a half and half. He was in between that, where he was doing more slide jumping than long jumping. And I sort of adopted a method, like methods of making sure I don't do any long jumps if I don't have to. Because every long jump that you do over a slide jump, in most cases, is, you lose half a second. This is fast as fuck for, like, no reason. Jeez. Oh, come on, dude, really? That was sub 123 pace. Now it's 126, or sub 124 pace. Now it's 126 pace. If I'm lucky. Yes, I know, Scythe. I know what causes it. Run's dead. I don't like being more than 2 seconds behind. Practicing curse splash. Markin posted the speeds for movement. He posted the speeds, not the acceleration and deceleration. Long jumps start with the same speed as slide jumps. But long jumps lose speed. you decelerate when you do a long jump. So every single long jump loses about half a second over slide jumping in most scenarios. It was either a half a second or a full second. I don't remember. There are scenarios in which, it is better to long jump over slide jumping. But generally, you should always try to slide jump over long jumping. Because it just saves time. It was something I had an idea about for a long time, but I never really looked into it until, I think, last summer-ish. And of course, there are also there are times when doing long jumping is faster. Like, for example, most of the time it makes more sense to do a long jump here than a slide jump, just because of the fact that your spacing elsewhere just will not do. You can't get good spacing here. It's impossible. While slide jumping would make sense, it's so hard and awkward when you do the long jump over, when you do the slide jump over the long jump, that you basically will not save time with the slide jump, if that makes any sense. The camera is not in a good spot either. With that being said, it is still possible. In fact, a good thing, or an interesting idea, would be to do slide glitch for it. But I think it would be tough to actually get slide glitch in a way that works. I could try it. Damn you, come on. When the nut just doesn't want to work, it just doesn't want to work. I tried. If you were to get slide glitch and it would rotate you 150 degrees, it would actually work. And that might even be faster. But having to rely on slide glitch is not exactly something that sounds very appealing. Dude, really? Come on. Come on. Yeah, Alf, nice. Dude, grab the nut. Holy fuck. Double slide jump up the nut? No. No, spitting the nut is actually the next step. Spitting the nut up top is the next step, just like in TAS. And yes, it is RTA viable. If it's just that I haven't gotten it to be reliable yet. That's why I don't do it, even though it could save a lot of time. Because I'm still resetting on... Fuck you, dude. Holy fuck. Spinning the nut, and then slide jumping on top of it, and then landing on it and long jumping to the cave is, considerably fast. It saves between 1.5 seconds to 2 seconds. It's just better left for slower attempts. Because as it stands, I can't get it to be reliable yet. It might be reliable, though. Yet. Please type in English, Spanish, or Japanese. Anything else I cannot understand. Finally. 125 is fine. Yes, if that's the case, I would prefer if you would use English, because I cannot read anything in Arabic. That's not to stifle your native language, but rather I can't moderate it. So I would basically have to trust that whatever you're saying is not toxic or incredibly bad. And that's not fair to other people who also cannot understand what you're saying, because you could be saying something really bad. Not necessarily saying that you would, but rather it's unfair because it would be impossible to moderate unless either one of my mods understood Arabic or had to Google Translate everything just to make sure that you guys are not breaking any rules. And everybody kind of gets treated that way. So, if somebody types something that, could be... Yeah, the possibility being there instead of you being a bad actor. Exactly. The possibility being there, and it's not fair to other people. Who would be placed under the same scrutiny. Fuck. I lost about a second, so I'm thinking that this is gonna be a 125 or 126. Let's see. It's gonna be a mid 125. It's like 19.5 seconds. From landing to the boat. On rare occasions like that, where I have a very clear path. There we go. Tremendo. Aprovecho. There have been a couple new strats. I'm about to do one right now. There have been, 3 new strats implemented. Or partially... Actually, 4. Damn it, I missed. It saves almost 2 seconds. You could jump from the green thing to, the top. There we go. No. What? Come on, dude. There's another new strat, which is based off of an older strat in, in Antagony. So we don't do Bomb 3.0 anymore because it's slower. Wait, what? Huh? Why did sound break? Why did the sound break? Come on, dude. Hang on. You see if I can fix it. Yeah. Why? What happened to the sound? I can't hear the sound. Don't tell me I have to actually, like, restart the stream just because sound's broken. That's like the only problem that this capture card has is, like, for some dumb reason, sound just does not like to work very well. I know there's no sound. Come on. Wait for a bit. I have to disable the sound. Hang on. Ugh. Okay, hang on. I'm gonna unplug it and plug it back in. I'm on you, bitch. Oh. There we go. There we go. I got it to work. Yay. Oh. Yeah. I have to work out the kinks for everything first. Also, by the way, the new goal... Oh, I forgot to say what time I was aiming for. I'm trying to sub 10:30. Sub 10:30 is possible. Even though it seems like it wouldn't be, even though it seems like it wouldn't be possible, it is possible. It's just new implementations need to be done. There's still like, say if I get like an anti-agony that's about the same as what I got in my PB, but with no mecha glitch. There's like 6 seconds to save. There's still like another second to save in, there's still a second to save in this split. Whoa! Hang on, first of all, the fucking notification worked. First of all, the notification worked. Second of all, thank you for the raid. Unfortunately, you didn't get to hear the notification because the notification is set to my headset. But every time I would get that notification before, it would just get stuck in a loop. Yes, hello raiders. Raisins are good, and so are grapes. I like both. Only one good? Then we got some problems. What's wrong? Why don't you like raisins? Does blood not like the juice? We have juice havers only in chat. Bro, literally out here saying, I like mummies. Their dried out skin. Mmm, tasty. That is literally what raisins are. Fucking mummified grapes. I like both. But still. Bro's really out here saying, dude, I like mummies more than... I like mummies than normal people, ugh. But mummified people, mmm. Your face is a grape. Autumn. But yes, welcome friends, I guess, to Crash Twinsanity any percent. Very reset heavy. There's new tricks. We got new strats. Oh shit, you got Reki and Munch's Odyssey? Nice. No Riz, understandable. I am in the no Riz gang. That's pretty slow. So here is one of the new strats. I'm sorry. It's one of the 1 in a million chances that I don't get that. I like both, but I prefer grapes because of how sugary raisins are. I need the juice to balance out. Do I think the current record is beatable? Of course. Right now, my record, not my record, but my goal is to get a sub 1030. And it is doable to get sub 130 or sub 1030. Right now, with the strats that I have implemented, if I get them both without losing time, I can save a grand total of almost 8 seconds just off of, like, assuming that I get the exact same run, I could save almost 8 seconds. But of course, I lost a decent amount of time outside of those, like, so I lost 5 seconds due to a glitch that was out of my control. And also, I, had like 2 or 3 seconds of movement mistakes. Plus, I have 2 new strats. Sub 1030 is definitely doable. It's just very hard. Fuck you, dude. That's a lot of time lost, too. If I don't get the new strat, I'm resetting. Probably. It wouldn't have mattered. It would not have mattered. But yes, we are currently on the grind. We are on the grind for, trying to, first of all, PB. First goal is to PB again. To show off new strats. There's another thing too, by the way, is that there's a strat that I have not yet implemented yet. Because I still don't get it consistently. I'm actually gonna do it right now. Damn, it didn't let me jump. So that is a TAS strat. It can save up to 2 seconds, depending on if I get the long jump. It didn't let me get the long jump, so I only saved about a second. If I somehow figure out a way to properly get that run, then, if I find a way to properly implement that into the run, I will save another 2 seconds. And that would mean I have a 5-second advantage over my PB in total. That doesn't necessarily mean that getting record is going to be easy, but rather easier. It would eliminate the need for a ball glitch. Oh, wow. It would eliminate the need for ball glitch. These are my sub 1030 splits. as you can see, they are not easy to beat, as I do not consistently get these times. But the logic behind it is, actually not that bad. When you really think about it, if I get ball glitch but don't get mecha glitch, it's about that. Yeah, I'll make it eventually. It's just gonna take a while. If I can implement that TAS strat, I will most likely save. It will make it very feasible. If I could add that in Giganut, then it's fucking over, because, like, that's 7 seconds of time save. So basically, with Giganut, TAS nut, that's 4 seconds. Then the new thing, which is 6 seconds, and then 7.5, which is the new antagony movement. Plus, like, some 3 seconds of... Okay. Plus, like, some 3 seconds of, time loss in movement and antagony. That's already 10 seconds. Go for Giganut because this sucks dick. Nope. There's not much else that you can really put into. Though, if we could figure out a means to die without going out of bounds, if we figured out a means to die without going out of bounds in Iceberg Lab, and it's also easy to do, then we'll save a fuck ton of time. Also, it would make the run so much easier. I'm already struggling enough as is with one of the new strats. I'm trying really hard to actually make it easier too. But with the implementation of those, there'd only be one thing left, and it is possible since I've technically gotten the things that make it possible, and that's Cortexless Warp Skip, a new Cortexless Warp Skip. Because I've seen Cortex get stuck in the wall, at a point where you could just jump up to the end. I've seen it before, so if we were to find that, and it's easy, let's just assume, like, oh yeah, so if we find that and it's easy, we're saving more time. And a lot. Because, having to grab Cortex, I mean, you still have to go around, but having to grab Cortex and wait for him wastes a lot of time. Ooh, this might be sub 124. Depends on the villagers. Yes, I appreciate the kind words, Konstantinos. Damn it. Ugh. I'm very surprised I didn't activate the checkpoint there, but it's fine. Okay. Come on.
Victor in Moritz's stronghold of evil. This is where we wrong the rights and
Okay.
sweep the past under the rug.
This is the fastest run of the day, though this is also the furthest run of the day. Sub 316 can happen, yeah. How? Okay. I'm not gonna question it. I lost about half a second or so, but it's fine. Oh, that's not good. That's the second. Not looking good. Unless I get, okay. Perfect ant-RNG, okay. I'm 2 seconds ahead. I like his position, that's good. Time loss is not that bad. There we go. Good. No, not now, Fly, not now. Fuck. Very bad, very bad. I think Run's dead. Maybe not. Run's not dead. I made it! Oh. Okay, this is gonna decide it. Run's dead. Maybe. Wait. Is Run alive? The Run's alive? The Run's alive? No way. Don't miss it, don't miss it, don't miss it. Okay. No way. No mecha glitch, no mecha glitch, no mecha glitch, come on. No way! No fucking way! No fucking way! That this run, there's no fucking way. There's no fucking way that this PB, dude. That is no way. Okay, so this is the very first sub 720 antagony. I might not be able to submit this. I have to double check the run, but like, what the fuck? It is possible to get under 1030, yes.
This is one heck of an ending.
I mean, I got insane ant RNG. I lost a couple of seconds. or I lost like 1.5 seconds to it, and I lost a little bit more time to that. Plus, I didn't get ball glitch.
I've been wrong about you.
I slept in
Your creation was a mistake, and your existence
No
has been a constant
fucking
reminder of that mistake. But I've learned something from all of this. I've learned that you can't run away from your mistakes, but you can bury them.
I can't believe
I
this.
never want to see your
Ridiculous face again!
Where am I? What is this?
And game crash. Yes, this is world record. I'm double checking to see if it's a I can't submit it. I can't submit it. Damn it. I can't submit it because it is a 1037. I'm posting this in my Discord though. Yeah. I mean, I've had world record, but yeah, I just got record. Attempt number 8649. I mean, I'm still going to highlight it and I'm gonna upload it to YouTube for sure. But like, I mean, yeah, I just got record. Yeah, I can't submit it, but I got a new 1037 with no ball glitch, which is kind of sort of what I wanted, but at the same time, it's like, well, shit. Does this count as PB or world record? It counts as both. Because it is my personal best, and it's also record. Fucking way I got that. No fucking way. No fucking way I got that. Yes, I will upload it to YouTube a little later. Wow. Hang on a second. Okay, I have to just I have to just fathom like what just transpired. Like I just wow. I beat my PB. I'm gonna get the exact time, hang on, because it's a little faster than that. Boom. Nope. That is exactly how fast it is. Yeah, I could get 1030. That's what I've been saying. I could sub 1030 pretty easily. What? No, restart. Oh, I have to reload, yeah. Hang on. I'm gonna highlight the run. Oh yeah. So yeah, it can happen. Waiting for the new run. I will have to edit it. I'm gonna try glitch hunting. Yes. Yes, I have. And, but yes, yes. Hello. Okay, let's see here. Crash Twin. I am not. I'm playing on original hardware. Crash Twinsanity. 1037.29 world record. No ball glitch. Published. What? Emulator? I'm not on emulator. I'm on original hardware. PS2. PS2 emulators allowed. No, I'm on original hardware. I'm on an OG Xbox. I'm on console. If anybody wants to see the Twitch highlight, which the Twitch highlight's not gonna look as good as the Twitch VOD. Graphics. There's this thing called a RetroTank 4K. Save states are also not allowed. Okay. Also, if you look at the buttons do state, do show Xbox buttons and not PS2 buttons. Yeah, I'll edit it and I'll upload it on YouTube. After this stream, if I don't get another PB. But holy fuck, that Antagony was not that great, actually. But it just had, two things about it that were super fucking fast. Or, like, not super fast, but insane. One of them was dodging, what's it called? One of them was somehow dodging the drill ants. I don't know how that happened. That should not have happened. And then the other thing was the ant RNG was super good. Splicing, lol. No. Obviously not spliced. Oh. The crazy part about the run is that I failed the new fast strat. I only got the Antagony one. So, in reality, I saved, like, trying to think how much time I saved. So let's see here. So let's see here. I got ball glitch, but I also got mecha glitched. Still in contact with any other Twins runners from past times? I can still talk to Yere. I am friends with Smarkin. I've been friends with Smarkin for like 11 years. Sir Sanju, I'm also friends with. If you count him. Beat the player? Yeah. I still talk to him a decent amount. Beta, I am friends with, but I don't speak to him very often. I don't know what you mean by from past times exactly, because it just... Past times can mean a lot of things. Did that guy just come in just to ask if I were on Emulator and leave? And try to, like, say that my run was not on console when it was? And then just fucking left. What a Chad, dude. Like, are you on Emulator? Emulator, but the graphics! I don't know if Beta's really in this Crash speedrunning community anymore, but he's still around. He's been working on decompiling Twinsanity. Same with Smarkin. That is the most bullshit thing I have ever seen the Nut do. I'm not even kidding. That's the most bullshit thing I have ever seen the Nut do. Okay, now time to try the new strat. It's not exactly new, but... Nope. But yeah, everybody here witnessed a new record. Without ball glitch, which is awesome. So, basically, just so everybody's clear, that Ant Agony was about... Let me see here. Okay, so saved 1 second, lost 5. Saved 1 second. About 3 seconds faster than my previous. Than the Ant Agony of my previous PB, if you count ball glitch. Or if you're not counting ball glitch. But yeah, Beta's still around. I still see him do messages and stuff. He's just not in the Crash Discord. He's not a people person. He doesn't socialize much. Yes, hello. You caught me live. You just missed me, PBing and getting a new record, which by leaderboard standards means that I tied my previous PB. And the thing is that this is not even the first time I've done this. I've done this like twice. I think I've done it twice before, actually, for this. EY. Beta's been doing a lot of stuff. Oh, the VOD will be up on YouTube. I'm still going to highlight it. I can't submit it because we do runs by the second and not by the centisecond. Makes sense because Twinsanity doesn't mean much. The highlight is up on Twitch. I highlighted it a couple minutes ago, but for YouTube, I'm not going to clip it. I'm actually going to, for YouTube, what I'm gonna do is what I'm gonna do for YouTube is I'm going to, since I'm locally recording, I'm going to edit the clip and then render it so it's higher quality than what you would see on YouTube. Oh yeah, sub 1030 is close. That's the new goal. Sub 1030 is the new goal. And I've said a lot of times sub 1030 is never happening, and well, look at these splits. We have the par for it now. My fastest run was not that far off. Up to hub 4. My fastest run up to hub 4 is not very far off. Right now, what we are seeing is a potential for a low 1020. Because, I mean, right now I can lower my sum of best by about 8-9 seconds, I think. Yeah, I lost about a second or so in Antagony. 2 seconds, actually. So, that plus 6. So that's 8. And then another 2 seconds from another new strat that has not been implemented yet. Well, it would need to be implemented with, there we go. Almost got it. I didn't long jump off of the nut, but that's basically what it is. I only do it to save slower runs now, but, oh, there we go. It's fast, but it's very hard, and you would have to, in order to save the other 2 seconds, I would need to get that and Giganut, which is really, really hard. Probably not worth it yet. But yeah, like, the projected human sum of best right now is either 1022 or 1021. Which means sub 1020 is not gonna happen. Is the double jump body slam a 50-50? Almost. Yeah. Hard like, yeah, it's difficult like Giganut. It's more consistent than Giganut, but it is it's very difficult to do consistently. That's why I don't go for it yet. If I find a way to make it consistent, since it can save up to 2 seconds, it would be worth doing. It would make sub 1030 way easier, but as of right now, it's just off the table. So yes, by a small technicality, you could sub 1030 without ball glitch. By a technicality. The problem is that there's no like way to reliably get that. I wouldn't see sub 1030 happening without ball glitch. Sub 1040 I was saying like was barely possible. Now I know that that's a load of horseshit. But also at the same time, like, I don't know about perfect ant RNG. Did I get ball glitch in my new PB? I didn't. I thought the run was dead. I'm not gonna lie, I thought the run was dead. Throughout the entirety of Antagony, I thought the run was just fucking dead. And then I saw, like, wait a second, I got really good ant RNG. And then it's like, wait a second, I'm doing this. And then I just ended up getting an insanely fucking fast Antagony. I was like thinking to myself, I mean, probably one of the reasons why it was so fast was because, what about Mecha Glitch? No Mecha Glitch. If I got Mecha Glitch, that would have been a 1042. Mecha Glitch loses 5 seconds. Ball Glitch saves 6. So my PB only saved 1 second from Ball Glitch because I got Mecha Glitch. But I got really good ant RNG. What is Mecha Glitch? So Mecha Glitch is something to do with the camera. Mecha Glitch does occur on PS2, but it's very rare. It occurs a lot on Xbox, though. Mecha Glitch is a glitch which, it's very similar to the glitch where Crash's head does not turn. Essentially, like, because Mecha is stood at a T-pose and his gun is down, if the game locks that, state, then the gun will not go back up during the fight. There's ways to make it less prone to happen, but, like, nothing is 100% consistent, so you can always lose a run to Mecha Glitch. So, I mean, I would say, like, I've got 2 wins under my belt. I got sub 1040 with Mecha Glitch, and I got sub 1040 without Ball Glitch. It's about the first hit? No. The thing is that the gun is down until you take damage. So, either you can figure out there is a way to damage the robot, but the problem is that you have to jump, and it's very difficult to actually get everything to work properly without taking damage. So you have to basically take damage. That's why you lose so much time. And nobody knows the exact reason why it happens, and nobody knows exactly how to prevent it. There was a thing where basically you hold down on the right stick, and that was initially preventing it from happening, but just like a lot of things that Rijiku says works, doesn't work. So, it's hard to say what works and what doesn't work. So, you will always have a potential to lose runs to Mecha Glitch. There's just nothing, there's no way around it until somebody finds a 100% surefire method. Unfortunately. I used to think that it was caused by the first hit. It's not. I was wrong about that. So I would never do the early hit until I learned that I was completely fucking wrong, and that's not what causes Mecha Glitch. So, but the really odd thing is I used to not get it. I used to not get Mecha Glitch on Xbox. And then, as soon as I started reaching certain times, I was getting it more often. To the point where, by the time I was, I think, the very first sub 11, I was getting it so often that, like, it was occurring almost every single run that I got to the final boss. So, up to that point, I was doing something differently. And I'm not sure what it was, or what it is. Then, determined how quickly you beat the boss. That's a possibility as well. But I don't think so. Nina double jumps is a timing thing. Why are you pressing circle? Just hold circle and jump. And then hold circle and X for everything except when you do the actual double jump. So when you're actually doing the hooks, just hold circle and X. That's all you need to do. There is a very weird thing that I see a lot, and a lot of people blame it on emulation. That they cannot do the final boss. I've seen people blame it on 360, which is wrong. I've seen people blame it on playing on PS2 emulator, which is also wrong. All you need to do is just hold circle and jump. That's it. I have seen a lot of people try to make that assumption, and it's so weird to me. Like, I understand that, people would not know to hold those, because the game doesn't explicitly tell you that you're supposed to do that, even though you're supposed to. But what baffles me is that they blame it on the emulation and not, I wouldn't say skill issue, but rather, like, they assume that it was caused by the fact of, like, oh, I was able to get this as a child, which you probably were not. That probably wasn't it. The idea is that probably you were on a CRT or a low lag television. And so when you're playing it on an emulator or on modern consoles, you have lag. And you can't do it as easily because the timing is different. So if you were getting it every time, it was mostly because you were lucky and you didn't remember the times when you got it normally, or something of that nature. It's not the emulator. Just holding the thing fixes it. I remember having that issue for a while too, until Smartkin was like, dude, G-Pro, just fucking hold the buttons, and I was like, oh. And then I tried it and I'm like, oh, well, fuck. I just wish that they would have put that in the actual, I wish that they would have put that in the actual thing. Well, yeah. Smartkin used to do that to me all the time. We would complain to be like, Jeeper, what the fuck are you doing? This is fucking stupid. And I'm like, what? And then he's like, dude, do it this way. And then I'm like, okay. And then I just stop fucking it up. It's essentially actions being buffered, yeah. Now, the actual Nina double jump is when you do a double jump in midair. A top 1 on all categories, yeah. I used to think that I found this game incredibly hard for a long time. Until I started speedrunning it. You just kind of imagine, like, you know, it's all in context, because for a long time I was like a mid-tier runner for a very long time. Though I did get an any percent record way back when, I think that was 2018, when Dimension Skip was first found. I was not a very good runner, and if you look back at that run, you would be like, wow. That was also back when I was still running on PAL PS2. For a while, a lot of people thought that I just had such a big advantage on Xbox. But I practiced a lot. Don't try Nina double jumps. Are there runs with no dimension skip still done? Depends on what you mean by still done. And also, it depends on what you mean by no dimension skip, because we don't do dimension skip, we do curse splash. Hitler skip. We call the whole thing twin split now. And it's a part of dimension skip. So warp skip? Oh, you mean wait a second. You mean getting up to the N? It's going. The runs that don't skip. Oh no. So, warp skip is also a completely different skip. Warp skip is the thing that you do in the 10th dimension to skip Rock Slide Rumble and Bandicoot Pursuit by usually using Cortex to get up to the teleporter. Dimension skip is the skip that we used Cortex for to skip from Hub 2 into Hub 4. That was dimension skip. As in skipping into the 4th dimension. The skip that we use right now is called Cursed Splash, which is a combination of Cursed Warping into the 10th dimension by using a Splash Teleport. No Dimension Skip, which is what you're talking about. Going back to the original thing that I was saying, it depends on what you mean by still done, because, generally no, but, like, I do have the record in no dimension skip. It's just that it is a garbage category. But the reason why it was made and why it's called no dimension skip is because it was made before Cursed Warp was a thing. The second rendition of Dimension Skip, which had Twin Split or Hitler Skip, whatever you want to call it, was deemed really bad. Like really, really bad. People weren't able to do it, and they wanted to show that Yede's run was really good. Basically, like, the category is ridiculously brutal, because while you have Nut Skip now, you don't have the original Hoverboard Warp Skip. Hover Skip. Any percent hover skip. Nobody uses that anymore, which is really, really tough. Then, after that, you would have Mountain Skip, which is also really tough. And then you would have AoE Skip, which is also really, really tough because of loadings and all that stuff, having to dodge all the cutscene, all of the stuff, and the crashes, because it would crash very often. And then having to do Warp Skip on top of that, which, I mean, with my method, it's a little easier to do consistently, but before it was really bad. And then on top of that, you also had to do Antagony without dying. There's a reason why I want that category dead. It's not fun. Nobody runs it, and the only time people run it is to get the record and dip. And it's basically only to say, hey, look, I completed an incredibly fucking hard category. Look at me, I love pain. And, like, then there comes the thing of essentially very hard, not worth doing. Yes. It's very hard, not worth doing, not very fun. I want it replaced with old dimension skip, because then, for one, people will understand what dimension skip is. Because everybody assumes Curse Splash is dimension skip. Or they call it warp skip. And it makes everything very confusing. And two, like, it is a very easy category to get into. There was a reason why so many people were doing runs at that time. There was a reason why the world record changed hands so many times. And it wasn't just because, like, it was a free record. No. Completely different story. You are not stuck with Cortex, that's a game crash. If you do Cursed Warp with Cortex, the game crashes. If you're on Emulator and you don't have pause on TLB miss, the game won't crash, but the game is supposed to crash there. And now the other thing is that some people might say is, well, if no dimension skip is so hard, why don't you take that stuff? Yeah, but Red Hot got banned from the community for being an idiot. And he got banned in my chat for pissing me off. Oh yeah. Red Hot got banned because he's very anti-trans and he was harassing trans people in the community. That's why. And he pissed me off when he said, but you're not defending me. I thought that somebody that went through what you went through had justice. And I was like, I mean, you're entitled to your own political opinions, but, like, I'm not going to respect that you bring up something really bad that happened in my past and related it to what you did. You were just being an asshole. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's what happened. That's why Red Hot is banned from the community. Are there others like him? You mean people that hate trans people in the community? Or like, people who got banned for shit? No, like bad people? Oh, yeah. I would say, and I mean, I'm going to make this a disclaimer. I wouldn't say that most people in Sprash, like Spyro and Crash that got banned, were necessarily really bad people, but they did some pretty shady shit. That, you know, like, a lot of it is sexual violence and really stuff that should be kept behind closed doors, to be honest, because it's nobody's business what happens behind those closed doors. But I mean, in speedrunning, I have seen a couple of really, really bad things. If anybody knows about what happened to Stivity Bobo's wife, or I mean Stivity Bobo's best friend's wife, if you don't, it's better to leave it that way. It is much better to leave it that way, because that is probably one of the most fucked up things that I've heard about speedrunners. And it happened at a GDQ in the hotel. So, I mean, another person, I'm not going to name this person because it wouldn't matter anyways, but they were a Halo speedrunner. Allegedly committed, allegedly touched somebody who was 17 inappropriately. I say allegedly. The reason why I say allegedly is not because I don't believe that he wouldn't do it, but because I believe he was smarter than that. He had all of the signs of, like, pure obsession with this person. Later ended up trying to groom several people as well in his, community. Yeah, sorry that you had to find out about that, but I mean, there are several Brazilians that I know that are very respectable speedrunners. Just not for twins. Like, for example, Flat Irvy. Though I believe he's a Celeste speedrunner. Talise 98. He's actually an old friend of mine. I've known him since 2013, back when we were both kids. Or no, 2011, back when we were both kids. He's considerably well known in the TAS community. He's done a lot of amazing things in Sonic. Lots of Brazilians run God of War. I don't know why, specifically Brazilians just like God of War for speedrunning. I don't know. Russians too. I have no idea why those games in particular just have those kinds of things. Random question, but do I know what happened to Yere? I never really asked him. I never asked why he stopped speedrunning. He pops in my chat every now and again. He just doesn't talk. I have him on Discord. I can always talk to him if I want to. It's just, I don't want to pry. Twinsanity is starting to get fairly popular in the Spanish-speaking communities, I've noticed. I've been seeing more Spanish speakers running Crash Twinsanity, and learning Crash Twinsanity. It seems to also be popular in some Arabic, like, I've seen a couple people who are, from Arabic communities that have started running, Crash Twinsanity. Ever thought of doing co-op speedruns? I used to. I used to do Halo 2 co-op. And I have been trying to get Vanny to see if we could set up a time to do Bash co-op. Czech Republic? I don't even know many people from the Czech Republic. But yes, I have done several co-op runs of Halo 2. Damn. That's why you practice. There we go. That's a good time. I know it says 0.7, but that's actually a good time. I still have not gotten a good attempt of this segment yet. Oh! I used to be a Rayman 3 speedrunner. And at least by somebody's own admission, I am a Rayman 2 speedrunner that doesn't run speedrun, or doesn't speedrun Rayman 2. Damn it. Okay. So, way back when, this is actually 10 years ago now. Holy shit. So I was, 10 years ago, 2014, I started learning Crash 2, and, I found out that there was this game called Rayman 3. I never heard of it before. I never heard of Rayman 3 before that point. I got it, and then I started glitch hunting and all this stuff. I became a speedrunner, blah, blah, blah. I was, like, the biggest Xbox 360 version runner, which is the HD version, based off of the Xbox version, by the way. Just that's not really important, but anyways, I found a whole bunch of new stuff. I cut off like well over 10 minutes of the run, blah blah blah. There we go. I got into the final boss. I was the very first person to get 2 cycle on the first 2 phases of the final boss, and I missed a 3 cycle on the final phase of the boss by like 2 frames because I needed to kill one more enemy, and I was just a couple frames off. I lost a minute and a half, and I rage quit the game. So there we go. So I basically stopped running at least 90% of Rayman 3. Then there was a guy called Pixel, German guy. He was having a lot of issues completing runs on the XBLA, the HD version of Rayman 3. And so I explained to him all of the different, like, things that he needed in order to help him finish a run. And then he PB'd almost immediately after. I think it was next day. And so he put my head, which, by the way, is in an emote. It's called Bad Puns. And he put the head of that emote onto Rayman's body, and it said, "Thanks, G-Pro." And yes, that was me when I was 18. So that's the whole story of why my head is on Rayman's body. Frijolito. Oh, I have a lot of stories, speedrunning stories and stuff like that. I've been a speedrunner since 2010. Cash Banuka. Stop! I have a billion stories of, like, a bunch of stuff. What if you were to play the second game in the series today? You might get raided. Just saying. Prepare your anus. Still got a long way to go. Well, see, so here's the thing. I do not know your age, and that is perfectly fine. Been looking real good recently? Aw, shit. So here's the thing, and there's a rule that I've talked about a lot, and it's like, almost every speedrunner stops speedrunning within 5 years. A lot of times it's because people get into speedrunning when they're teenagers or when they're in college, and by the time they, you know, graduate, it's time for them to get a job and get, like, a proper life and stuff, they stop having, like, the time to do speedrunning, and they just stop. So, do bear that in mind that, like, if you want to be serious about this hobby, know that a lot of the people, if you go into communities and you're community driven, know a lot of those people you are not going to see for very long. Glitch hunting's different. Oh yeah, like, I mean, it's very rare to have people who stick with speedrunning for so long. It's not sad, it's a part of life, you know? Life just, you know... You would quit speedrunning for sure? Yeah. How can you speedrun if you have to, like, take care of a child? How can you speedrun if you gotta work a full-time job? The speedrun consistently. Well, you can figure out a way to do it. There's always a way, but, like, it's hard. And the thing is that sometimes you have to sacrifice your hobbies. Easy speasy. Yeah, it's possible. There are some people, like, and I don't necessarily want to bring up this dude's name because he's a fucking asshole, but, our White Goose, for example. This dude has been around since the very fucking beginning. Like, 2003. I don't know if he's still speedrunning now. He's kind of an asshole. You know, political beliefs aside, and I'm going, like, I always say, like, you can believe whatever you want, as long as you're not being an asshole to other people about it, and make other people's lives miserable as a result of believing the way that you believe. That's what I say. So, like, I'm looking at the way he acts. He's probably an asshole. You know, I don't really like to kind of, like, just categorize people by political opinions. It's none of my fucking business. You don't know why people think the way that they do, and who cares? But it's when they start actually doing things to harm others or harass others is when I really, like, say, like, take a step back and I'm like, no, you shouldn't do that. And especially in this day and age, it's hard to filter out how somebody actually feels because, you know, some people could say things and then people take assumptions and all that stuff. But it's like, no, our White Goose, kind of an asshole. Kind of a piece of shit. Outside of movies are boring. True, exactly. And I do this. I say, like, if you're a cool person, you're a cool person. Everything else, like, I hope that you can live your life well, despite the things that you have. But to me, it's like, well, I just look past it, and I just look at the person for who they are. Yeah. Like I was saying about Red Hot, but the thing is Red Hot took it to the point of actually like hurting somebody, harming somebody, or harassing somebody, and that's a no-no. You don't do that. You respect a human being, unless that human being has done some bad things to you. That's just what I say. But at the same time, you know, in the case of like, if you're the kind of person that person hates, you probably shouldn't respect them. That's true. I think it would just be easier if we just kind of like said, you know what? If people are just, if you just say people are people, it's just easier. The world would be easier. Nice. I just don't. Sorry. Well, luckily, Sprash, you don't have much to think about. A lot of it is relationship drama. A lot of it is relationship drama. Some of it's actually bad, but it's mostly relationship drama. I saw this one thing earlier, I think like last week or something, is somebody who got banned because I guess the person was like touching and kissing without permission. I'm not really sure. There was like nothing. It was just somebody saying something, and I was just like, okay. Why is it our business? Well, the thing is do we know? Do we know if it's true or not? I hate that, like, we have to kind of go with that. That's the only thing is, like, is it really any of our business to be talking about this? Because, I mean... Oh! Hang on a second. Was the other person actually talked about it? Hold up. The other person actually, like, said that? What? Beyond what is acceptable. My question is... I know I'm gonna get some flack for this. And I understand why I would get flack for this, but my question is it still really our business? At what point are we making judgments? Other than that, it's like... That's the thing that I'm saying, and I also do agree, like, for the community, it's necessary. I don't know. Because, like, it's a hard thing to say because I don't know. I just don't think it's anybody's business, and at the same time, it's like we don't really know what happened as well. I would say, like, you know, if it's like a habitual thing, you know, like if it's not the first time that it happened, if it's happened several times and several people say the same thing, but if it's one thing, it's like it's he said, she said. I don't know if it's right to judge. I've called out for it before. This was the final straw. I could see that. That's good. don't know. It doesn't feel right to me that, like... I mean, banned from community, I can understand that. But a lot of it is so out in the open and public. And all this other stuff. Because I don't see this happening in other communities. I mostly see it happening in Sprash. And it makes me wonder why. You know? Alright. Also, I apologize if some of these topics are uncomfortable for some people. I do tend to kind of be fine with talking about topics that could be considered taboo. But yeah, like the Spyro thing, it leads me to one of two things. Was I talking about Jumpy Left? Actually, no, I was trying to avoid talking about Jumpy Left, to be honest. See, that was one of the conclusions I was thinking of. Was, Crash and Spyro attracting odd people. Or something like that. Or things are being blown out of proportion. But either way, it just creates this odd look, you know, of like, well, why is this stuff going on so often? At one point is it blown out of proportion, and at what point is it necessary? And you basically kind of like look at it, because I don't see that in Halo happening very often. It has happened, and I'm not going to lie to you. Yes, it has happened. I was indirectly involved in that fucking situation too, which is really fucking bad. I don't know why I was friends with the person. I guess we all just kind of were hoping that the person would change, but no, the person did not change. And it was like... damn. But yeah, it's not that I necessarily didn't... I'm not upset that you brought Jumpy Luff up. But I mean, now that we brought it up, I'm not gonna lie. I knew Jumpy Luff was a piece of shit, basically, like, the moment I started really interacting with him. And so I kind of had a slight vendetta against him, because he would just, like, take records just as trophies. But I also did not like the way he was as a person. He was not... something about him. So I can understand why, like, somebody like Jumpy Luff, looking at the levels of manipulation, that is not, no. That is a no-no. That is a huge red flag. But it was also after years and years and years of interaction and seeing he was different from what you heard. The scary part is... nut on that paper. I wish I could. and I don't talk about this incredibly often, but from a lot of experiences that I have, a lot of people with a history of what happened with Jumpy Love have a tendency to know exactly how to hide themselves to the point where you could look at them and be like, oh, but they were a nice person, actually. But and I mean, of course, if you know the person, you also change things. Or not change things. If you know the person, your perspective is very different from, you know, the perspective of other people. And it is also possible. And I'm not saying that that it's not possible that everybody was wrong about him. It is possible. Ah, yes, you came in at the exact right time. We're talking about drama in the speedrunning community. Yo, yo, Realm. You actually missed the new record. I PB'd by half a second. And I can't submit it to the leaderboards because, they don't do centiseconds. But yeah, that's, it is also very weird, and there's a thing that people say as well. Hopefully you get one better. I hope so too. Never meet your heroes. Never meet your heroes. That's not a good thing. Especially because you have this ideal of somebody. But then who knows? Who knows what happened? It's always hard to tell. And like I said, with the whole thing that happened with Jumpy, it makes a lot of sense looking at behavioral patterns and things like that. But if he's different, the one thing that I can say in specific is I hope that at the very least he has learned and understood that how things can be seen. And I say this from personal experience because I learned that the hard way, that even if your intentions were very different from how people understood, it does not change how things get perceived. And you do have to live with the consequences of what happened, you know? Ignorance is no excuse, as the old saying goes, yeah. I mean, look at what happened to me with GDQ, right? I wouldn't say it's on the same realm, but the thing is that whatever I did, no matter what my intentions were, like, no matter what, you know, excuses, there could be so many excuses. I have this, I have that, I had this, I had that. It happened. People have their own judgments, and, well, you do have to live with it, unfortunately. I mean, if he's gotten better, I'm glad. But, or if he's understood this, I'm glad. If he kind of rejects it, that's not a good idea. Not a good thing. Happen? No, actually in the know. Oh, about Jumpy Love? It's okay to talk about it. From memory, Jumpy Love manipulated a lot of women. Oh, about GDQ? Oh. So, I ran Crash 2 at SGDQ 2015. And I was running Game Over abuse. And I made a lot of very inappropriate jokes. Damn. Damn. F. Yeah, I made a lot of inappropriate jokes because I was running game over abuse. And that's not even the thing, it's like at the end of the run, I basically thought I was soft locking the game, but I hard locked it instead, didn't have a save. And I don't really know exactly what the fuck came over me. But I said I was gonna turn into a psychopath and kill everybody as a joke. I thought it was so extreme that people would take it as a joke. Unfortunately, me and my fucking dumb ass, in my short-sightedness and awkward 20-year-old bullshit at the time, because I was 20 years old, I was practically a child, a man-child at that. Well, you know, things... Yeah. Yeah, that was me. And I paid for it. No, that was me. And I paid a lot for it. Actually. I learned a lot as a result of it happening, too. And also, there was a mass shooting, I think, just a few days prior to that. Which, yeah, that probably made it 10 times worse. Yeah. Yeah, there was something, like, really bad that happened a few days prior, which made it considerably worse, too. You may have, Realm, you may have. Yeah, a lot of people saw the videos. Which is interesting because nobody knows exactly what happened after that run. And it was probably the thing that led me on the right path by basically, you know, realizing, oh, wait, shit, maybe I do need to, like, you know, shape up. Unfortunately, it caused a lot of other things, too, and it took me a long time, but, I mean, I'm better now. But the thing is that, make no mistake, I knew and regretted it immediately afterwards. But me and my oblivious dumbass didn't even realize that I said anything until we went to White Castle and they were like, dude, Twitter's blowing up about you, and I'm like, wait, what? And then I kind of like just kind of thought, oh fuck, wait a minute, hang on, I said something really bad, didn't I? And did something really bad. Yeah. I have continually gotten harassment as a result of it, actually. I still get it. I'm sure me talking about it is gonna do something, but it's like, well, listen. This was 10 years ago. I was practically a child. And the thing is when you fuck up, you learn something. When you fuck up, you have two choices. You either escape it or you learn from it. And I see a lot of people that fuck up and they don't learn from it. And it's like, dude, if you're gonna continually be the same and just say, oh, it wasn't my fault, it's like, dude, no, you should take responsibility for it. And I took a lot of responsibility for it. That's also true. We were a community of edgy shitlords. That's also very true, because a lot of that stuff actually... a lot of that stuff was very socially acceptable in speedrunning, too. But there were people like me who didn't understand that it was inappropriate to do it in that situation. There were a lot of things I did behind the scenes that nobody knows about that I don't really talk about. Yeah, exactly. And GDQ and a lot of people blew it very, very, very heavily out of proportion. Like, at this point in time, like, listen, it's been almost 10 years. I don't give a shit about how you would judge a 20-year-old with no life experience and very little social knowledge. Not that I have much nowadays, but I don't really care anymore. And the thing is like, I don't care. I can talk about it. It's not a big deal anymore. But at the same time, like, well, you know, it's just that it's a fact. It happened. You know? But there's also people that don't want to let go of it. Earlier this year, I had several people comment on some YouTube channel comments harassing me about it. By some 17-year-old that wanted clicks. What? Okay. Some 17-year-old that wanted clicks on Reddit. And it was also while I was in Japan studying abroad. And, I mean... would you consider that acceptable? I had a fan club I didn't want. People thought I was trolling. And that's not what I was doing. People thought that I was actually, like, severely autistic and mentally ill. I had a lot of people say a lot of things about me and a lot of telling me to actually die. I got shunned from speedrunning for a while, too. Some people still talk about me. All that stuff. And the thing is, and by the way, the thing is the reason why I'm saying this on stream is mostly just to kind of prove to myself that it's done and it's over with. I'm not saying this to complain, I'm not saying this or any of the other stuff, it's because this is just true facts. I was hated in a lot of places. True. The thing is I'm a stubborn son of a bitch. The thing is I knew that I needed to get over it. So I worked and 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 I worked. And I worked and I worked and I worked and I worked and I worked. Better now. Now I'm back. I am the leader of 2 categories in one game. 2? Technically, it's 4. And I still have records elsewhere. I would also say that a lot of my growth, in the past, year or so, actually came from working full-time. Oh yeah, no, you shouldn't do that. You should never do that. If you have a weapon, you should never, ever, 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 ever You should never joke about harming somebody when you have a weapon. That's not good. Very red flag. But yeah, it's also what Realm said. Yeah, we were very edgy back then too. And I mean, oh yeah, when you're a kid, you say dumb shit. Some people think that, like, being 20 is an adult. Hell no. Hell fucking no. You're still a kid. You don't know shit. You could be 30 and still barely know shit. You cursed warp. If you like my voice. I don't know. You kind of like, you jump out of bounds. You jump out of bounds and you dodge a checkpoint. Then you do a body slam for a splash. Then to set up a splash teleport, and then you go out about. What is the fastest way to crash? Crash to insanity? Probably fucking up first splash. Basically what I'm doing here is I'm actually setting up my camera so I can do this. Dodging the world checkpoint trigger, body slamming here. Grabbing the bat's attention, moving over here, doing a swag crouch by letting go of and pressing B again very quickly while holding forward. Go out of bounds. Then wait for the bat. Move backwards. That. Wow. Huh. I have to go see what's going on. Hang on. What the hell is going on? There's only one thing to do. If you mess up, just learn from it. Like, at the end of the day, you're gonna be sad. You're gonna feel bad. Just learn from it. That's it. It's only over if you let it be over. But if you also are refusing to change yourself when you make mistakes, then it's only game. You don't have to be made. Yeah. Draco, you missed a record. Um, so, here's the PD. 1037.29. I can't submit it to the boards, but, yeah. Yeah, this is the only thing I can say. And I say this wholeheartedly. Oh, I can't, because they, don't do centiseconds. They round down. So, since my previous PB was like a 1037.7 something, I can't submit it to the boards. Because all it'll do is just like give me a, it'll just be like, oh, G-Pro tied his record. And that's gonna fuck up the history. At least I think so. Maybe we should start tracking by centiseconds. But we'll never need to. It's difficult to get accurate splits anyways. Twins has never had tie breaking. Not with different people. We have had ties before, but it was never anything like substantial. Well, yeah. If there's anything I could say, if you make a mistake, yes, you're gonna be sad. I'm not saying you shouldn't be sad. I'm not saying it shouldn't tear you down. I'm not saying that it shouldn't kill you on the inside. What I'm saying, just get better. Like, just learn from it. Get better. Make yourself better. Then you don't. Then you improve your life. And that's what you should be looking for. And you can't do that for yourself. Try to find the people around you, because the people around you are going to be the ones to help you get back up. And that's it. I mean, but here's Draco. And trust me, I don't need comforting. More of the story, get good, get better, be positive, be strong. Exactly. That is a very good way of saying it. Also, my mom got pizza, so I made pizza. Then I'll actually I might be done for today, to be honest. That's getting weird. Yeah, how is life? No. My pizza. No, actually. By the way, actually, you wanna watch the PB later? Motherfucker, piece of fucking shit, suck my dick. And Rome, I appreciate you, man. I know we don't talk much. I know we don't see each other in chats. But I appreciate you. I don't remember. I think I started running before you, but I appreciate you. I appreciate just about any old boy we got. Being a speedrunner for this long is a lot. But yeah. I don't think Bean's back yet. Yeah, we should probably just stop talking about this stuff. Let's let's see, is Bean streaming? Oh fuck yeah. Hold up. Hold up. We got Kobalski. We got the dude. He's the bro. He's about to get the raid of his life. Hold on a sec. So yes, we're gonna raid out YouTube people. If you wish to also watch, I'm not sure if there's anybody watching. And fucking destroys chat. Yeah. I'm just double checking to see if I got his name spelled right. Yep. Here you go. Go here. No, say hi to him. Let him know that I got new record in Twins. Goodbye.